Chapter 1: Your Zero to Licensed Roadmap. Sections. Section 1.1: Defining Success on Your Terms. Section 1.2: Navigating the Ministry's official website with confidence. Section 1.3: What you actually need to know before you start. Section 1.4: The Real Timeline, from decision to physical license card. Section 1.5: How to use this book without getting overwhelmed. Becoming a licensed security guard in Ontario feels like standing at the base of a mountain you can't see the top of. You know the destination, a physical license card in your wallet, a career ready to launch, but the path between here and there can seem tangled with government websites, application forms, and unknown timelines. I've been there. I've helped hundreds of students navigate this exact terrain, and I can tell you this: the climb is straightforward once you have the right map. This chapter is that map. It's not a motivational speech or a collection of vague tips, it's a step-by-step, chronological guide that takes you from "I want to get licensed" to holding your yellow license card. We'll define what success looks like for you, demystify the ministry's online portal so you don't get lost in the menus, lay out everything you need before you start, show you the real timeline, no sugarcoating, and finally teach you how to use this book without feeling overwhelmed. Take a breath. You've already taken the hardest step, deciding to begin. Now let's turn the decision into a plan. Section 1.1: Defining Success on Your Terms. Before you dive into the bureaucracy, ask yourself one honest question: why do I want to become a security guard? The answer could be financial stability, a stepping stone to law enforcement, a flexible schedule for school, or simply the desire to protect and serve. Whatever it is, write it down. That reason will be your anchor when the process feels tedious. Success isn't just passing the exam. It's about earning a license that opens doors, whether that means working at a hospital, a retail mall, a construction site, or a gated community. But the real victory is knowing you did it legally, ethically, and with confidence. I've seen too many people rush through the process, skip steps, or rely on outdated information only to hit a wall when their background check flags an error or their TCN expires. Your success metric is simple: license in hand, ready to work. That's the finish line. Along the way, every small step, completing your training, passing the exam, submitting your application, is a milestone worth celebrating. Define success on your terms, and let that definition guide your energy. Section 1.2: Navigating the Ministry's official website with confidence. The Ministry of the Solicitor General's website is your single source of truth. It's where you'll register for your exam, check your application status, and find the official syllabus. But let's be honest, government portals can feel like a maze designed by someone who loves acronyms and hates users. Don't worry. I'll walk you through the key landmarks so you never get lost. Start by visiting www.ontario.ca/page/security-guard-license. Bookmark it immediately. This page is your home base. From here, you can access the e-licensing portal, the system you'll use to apply, pay, and book your exam. Download the official Security Guard Exam Bulletin, a PDF that explains exam rules, topics, and scheduling. Check the list of approved training providers if you haven't completed your 40-hour basic training yet, more on that in Section 1.3. Common pitfalls: the portal sometimes asks for your Service Ontario identification number. That's your driver's license number or Ontario photo card number. If you don't have either, you'll need to visit a Service Ontario centre first to get one. Make sure you are on the Ontario government website, ontario.ca, and not third-party sites that charge extra fees for the same forms. I recommend creating an account on the e-licensing portal before you even finish your training. That way, when your training completion number, TCN, arrives, you can start the application process instantly. Dig around the portal's menu a bit, familiarize yourself with the language, e.g., apply for a license, schedule an exam, view my applications. The more comfortable you are beforehand, the less intimidating it will be on exam day. Figure: a clean, high-contrast screenshot mock-up of the Ontario Ministry e-licensing portal homepage. The image should be in landscape orientation, showing a computer browser window with the portal login fields clearly labeled. Use soft green and gray tones to match government branding. Add call-out arrows pointing to Apply for License, Schedule Exam, and View My Applications menu items, with a caption, Your Home Base, the e-licensing portal. The image should be easy to read even in black and white print, with a light background and high contrast. iReady prompt: generate a realistic screenshot of the Ontario Government e-licensing portal homepage in landscape orientation, with a light grey background, green header, and 3 labeled navigation buttons. Include a simple login form and a note: use your Service Ontario number to register. No decorative flourishes, only functional elements. High contrast for print clarity. Section 1.3 What you actually need to know before you start. You cannot begin the licensing process empty-handed. There are 5 essential prerequisites, and missing even one will stall your progress. Let me list them clearly. You must be at least 18 years old. No exceptions. You must be eligible to work in Canada. This typically means Canadian citizenship, permanent residency, or a valid work permit. You must have completed a 40-hour basic security training course from a ministry-approved provider. This course covers the core topics: CISA, criminal code, use of force, report writing, communication, and emergency response. You will receive a training completion number, TCN, upon passing the course. Keep that number safe, it's your golden ticket. You must pass a criminal record check with vulnerable sector screening. This is done through your local police service or an accredited vendor. The ministry will not issue a license if your background check reveals a relevant criminal conviction. You must pass the Ontario Security Guard exam with a score of 60% or higher, 40 out of 60 questions. That's what this book is for. What you do not need: a college diploma, previous security experience, or a driver's license, though a valid photo ID is required. So if you're starting from scratch, don't worry, the path is intentionally designed to be accessible. One more thing: the costs. Budget approximately $200 to $300 for the training course, $50 to $80 for the criminal record check, $65 for the exam fee, and $80 for the license application fee. Total out-of-pocket, roughly $400 to $550. That's an investment in a career that can pay you back within your first 2 weeks of work. Section 1.4 The Real Timeline, from decision to physical license card. Here is the straight-talk timeline. No fluff, no wishful thinking. I've broken it into phases based on hundreds of student experiences. Phase: what happens, typical duration. Total from decision to card in hand, 8 to 12 weeks for most applicants. Some move faster by front-loading their background check and studying while waiting. The key is to avoid gaps. Don't wait for your background check to come back before starting your exam prep. Do both simultaneously. If you hit a delay, e.g., the background check takes 6 weeks, don't panic. It's normal. Use that extra time to solidify your knowledge. By the time the card arrives, you'll be ready to apply for jobs with confidence. Section 1.5 How to use this book without getting overwhelmed. This book is a comprehensive tool, but you don't need to read it cover to cover in one sitting. That would be like trying to eat a week's worth of groceries in one meal. Instead, use it as a modular resource. Here's my recommended approach. Start with this roadmap, Chapter 1. Understand the process, then proceed to the legal theory chapters, Chapters 2 to 4, which break down CISA, criminal code, and use of force. Read them in order, they build on each other. After each theory chapter, do the corresponding exercises that test your knowledge boxes scattered throughout. When you finish the theory, move to Chapters 5 and 6 on report writing and communications. These are practical skills that the exam tests heavily. Use the templates and before and after examples. Then tackle Chapter 7, Exam Day Strategies, to build your mental game. Finally, Take Practice Exam 1, Chapter 8, Under Timed Conditions. Review every answer, even the ones you got right, using the detailed rationales. Then take Practice Exam 2, Chapter 9, to challenge yourself further. Avoid the temptation to skip straight to the practice exams without studying the theory. You'll score higher and retain more if you learn the concepts first. And don't try to do everything in one weekend. Block out 30 to 45 minutes each day. Consistency beats intensity. Finally, mark your progress. Check off each chapter as you complete it. That sense of accomplishment will keep you moving forward. And if you ever feel stuck, flip back to this roadmap, it's your anchor. Figure Mind Map, a detailed mind map for Chapter 1, your 0 to licensed roadmap. Central Node, 0 to licensed roadmap. Branch out to 5 main sections. 1. Defining success on your terms, sub-branches, personal goals, anchor reason, license in hand. 2. Navigating ministry website, sub-branches, e-licensing portal, exam bulletin, approved training, common pitfalls. 3. What you need before you start, sub-branches, age 18 plus, work eligibility, 40-hour training and TCN, criminal background check, exam requirement, budget estimate $400 to $550. 4. Real timeline, sub-branches, phases 0 to 7 with durations, total 8 to 12 weeks, avoid gaps, simultaneous steps. 5. How to use this book, sub-branches, start with roadmap, theory chapters first, do exercises, then report writing, exam strategies, practice exams, study consistently 30 to 45 minutes a day, include connecting arrows, phase 0 leads to phase 1, phase 2 can run parallel, phase 3 after TCN, etc. Use a clean, professional style with blue and green tones, white background, high contrast for print. Layout, landscape orientation, hierarchical tree with rounded boxes. Ready prompt, generate a landscape mind map for a book chapter titled Your 0 to License Roadmap with the 5 major branches described. Use a clean professional style, blue and green color scheme, white background, high contrast for print. Each node should contain short phrases, not full sentences. Ensure all branches are clearly connected to the center. No icons or clip art, only text boxes and lines. Chapter 2, Dejargoning the Legal Landscape. Sections. Section 2.1, Why you must understand the CISA, a plain English walkthrough. Section 2.2, Your daily duties and limits under Ontario law. Section 2.3, The Canadian Criminal Code Essentials for Frontline Guards. Section 2.4, Trespass to Property Act, the tool you'll use most often. Section 2.5, Common legal myths that trip up new guards. You're standing at the entrance of a shopping mall, a concert venue, or an office tower. Your uniform is pressed, your badge is polished, and your radio crackles with the voice of dispatch. You feel ready. But then a situation unfolds, someone is causing a disturbance, a trespasser refuses to leave, or a theft occurs right in front of you. In that moment, the difference between a confident, professional response and a complete freeze comes down to one thing: knowing exactly what the law allows you to do. This chapter cuts through the legal jargon and gives you the plain English knowledge you need to operate with authority and stay on the right side of the law. We're not going to memorize court cases or parse archaic legal language. We're going to focus on the exact statutes, rules, and limits that govern your daily work as a security guard in Ontario. Think of this as your legal toolkit. Every tool in it has a specific purpose, and knowing when to use each one, and when not to, will keep you safe, employed, and out of trouble. Section 2.1, Why you must understand the CISA, a plain English walkthrough. Imagine you've been hired to drive a car, but nobody gave you the owner's manual. You might figure out the basics, steering, braking, accelerating, but you'd have no idea about the speed limits, the proper maintenance schedule, or what those warning lights on the dashboard actually mean. The Private Security and Investigative Services Act, 2005, CISA, is your owner's manual. It's the law that created your license, defines your role, and sets the boundaries of what you can and cannot do. The CISA is the single most important piece of legislation for Ontario security guards. It's not a suggestion, it's a law with real teeth. If you violate it, you risk fines, the suspension or revocation of your license, and even criminal charges. The Ministry of the Solicitor General enforces this act, and they take it seriously. Your exam will test you on its core provisions, and your employer expects you to follow them every single shift. Here's the part that matters most for your daily work. The CISA defines what a security guard is and what activities require a license. If you are hired to guard, patrol, or watch property or to protect people, you need a license. Simple as that. The Act also outlines your obligations, such as carrying your license while on duty, producing it when requested by a police officer or a ministry inspector, and notifying the registrar of any changes to your personal information within 5 days. Key takeaway: the CISA is not abstract legal theory. It's the rulebook that governs your professional existence. Know it, respect it, and reference it. Section 2.2, Your daily duties and limits under Ontario law. Security guards are not police officers. This is the single most important distinction you need to internalize. Repeating this fact to yourself in the mirror every morning before your shift would not be overkill. You have specific, limited powers, and your primary role is observation, reporting, and deterrence. You are the eyes and ears of your client and, by extension, the police. Your core duty is to protect the property and people you are hired to safeguard. This means patrolling, monitoring surveillance equipment, controlling access, and watching for hazards like fires, spills, or suspicious activity. You are a professional witness. Your greatest asset is your attention to detail and your ability to document what you see clearly and accurately. When you write a report, you are creating a legal record that could be used in court. Here are your legal limits, stated bluntly. You cannot arrest someone except under very specific conditions, covered in the next section on citizen's arrest. You cannot use force unless it is necessary to protect yourself or others from imminent harm, or to make a lawful arrest. You cannot detain someone without a legal basis. Asking someone to wait for the police is not the same as locking them in a room. If you detain someone improperly, you can be sued for false imprisonment. You cannot search someone without their consent, a warrant, or a specific legal authority, like searching a bag at an event entrance as a condition of entry. Think of your role as the first line of defense, not the final authority. Your job is to assess the situation, take reasonable steps to prevent harm or loss, and then call in the professionals, the police, fire department, or paramedics. You are a force multiplier, not a vigilante. Section 2.3, the Canadian Criminal Code Essentials for Frontline Guards. You don't need to be a lawyer to be an effective security guard, but you do need a working knowledge of the Canadian Criminal Code sections that will cross your path most often. Think of this as a crash course in the crimes you are most likely to encounter on the job. Your exam will test you on these, and your ability to recognize them in real time will define your effectiveness. Theft, Section 322. This is the most common crime you will deal with. Theft is the act of taking someone else's property without their consent, with the intent to permanently deprive them of it. It doesn't matter if the item costs $1 or $1,000. Shoplifting is theft. Employee theft is theft. If you see someone conceal merchandise and leave the store without paying, you have witnessed a theft. Your job is to observe, document, and report, not to chase or tackle. Assault, Section 265. Assault is the intentional application of force to another person without their consent. It also includes threatening gestures or words that cause someone to reasonably believe they are about to be harmed. You may encounter this in a bar, a concert, or any situation where tempers flare. De-escalation is your primary tool. If an assault occurs, you must prioritize your own safety and the safety of others, and call police immediately. Mischief, Section 430. Mischief covers a wide range of property damage, from graffiti to smashing a window to vandalizing a vehicle. It is the willful destruction or damage of property. If you see someone damaging a wall, breaking a sign, or keying a car, you are witnessing mischief. Again, observe, document, and report. Do not intervene physically unless you are in immediate danger. Weapons and imitation weapons, Section 88, 89, 90. You will learn the specific rules about carrying a weapon. As a general rule, you are prohibited from carrying firearms, tasers, or pepper spray unless you have a specific authorization from the ministry. Carrying a prohibited weapon on duty is a criminal offense. If you see a member of the public with a weapon, your priority is to maintain distance, keep yourself safe, and call 911 immediately. Practical example, you are working at a grocery store. You see a customer put a package of steak into their jacket and walk toward the exit. You have just witnessed a theft. You approach the person, identify yourself as security, and ask them to return to the store to discuss the matter. If they refuse and walk away, you do not chase them. You note their description, the plate number of their vehicle if possible, and call the police. You have done your job. You have fulfilled your duty. Section 2.4, Trespass to Property Act, the tool you'll use most often. If I had to name the single piece of legislation you will use more than any other, it is the Trespass to Property Act, TPA. This is your bread and butter tool for managing access to the property you are guarding. The TPA gives property owners, and their agents, like security guards, the power to control who is on their land and to remove people who are not welcome. Here's how it works in plain language. Entry is prohibited if a person enters a property that is enclosed in a manner that indicates an intention to keep people out, a fence, a locked gate, a no trespassing sign. They are trespassing from the moment they step inside. You do not need to give them a warning or a verbal notice. They are in violation of the TPA simply by being there. Entry with notice, even if a property is not fenced or posted, you can still prohibit someone from entering by giving them a verbal notice. If you tell someone you are not permitted on this property, and they stay or return, they are trespassing. Revocation of permission, this is the most common scenario. A person is legally on the property, for example, a customer in a shopping mall, but their behavior gives you grounds to revoke their permission to remain. If a customer is being verbally abusive, causing a disturbance, or violating store policy, you can inform them that their permission to be on the property is revoked and they must leave immediately. If they refuse, they are now trespassing, and you can call the police to have them charged. Key steps for issuing a trespass notice. Identify yourself. Hello, I am a security guard for this property. State the reason. You are being asked to leave because of specific reason, e.g., aggressive behavior. Give the direction. You are no longer permitted on this property. You must leave now. Document. Note the time, date, description of the person, and the exact words you used. The TPA is a powerful tool, but it is not a license to be aggressive. Your tone should be firm and professional, never confrontational. You are enforcing a property right, not settling a personal score. Important limit, the TPA does not give you the power to physically remove someone who refuses to leave. If they refuse, you call the police. You do not grab, push, or drag them. That would be an assault, and you would be the one facing charges. Section 2.5, Common legal myths that trip up new guards. Myths spread quickly in the security industry. I've heard every one of these from well-meaning colleagues, and I've seen guards make serious mistakes because they believed something that simply wasn't true. Let's bust the biggest ones right now. Myth number 1, I have the right to detain someone until the police arrive. Truth, you have no general right to detain. The only legal basis for detaining someone is under a citizen's arrest, covered below, or if you have reasonable grounds to believe they have committed a specific criminal offense. Even then, you must turn them over to the police immediately. Holding someone in a back room for questioning is false imprisonment, a criminal offense. Myth number 2, I can use force to make a citizen's arrest for any crime. Truth, citizen's arrest is extremely limited. Under Section 494 of the Criminal Code, you can only arrest someone without a warrant if you find them committing a criminal offense on or in relation to the property you are guarding. If you did not witness the offense, you cannot arrest them. and the use of force must be reasonable and proportional. The legal bar is very high. Myth number 3, I can search anyone I suspect of stealing. Truth, you cannot search a person's pockets, bags, or person without their consent or a specific legal authority. You can ask for consent, may I look inside your bag? If they say no, you cannot force it. You can, however, refuse them entry to the property if they do not consent to a search, as a condition of entry. This is a common practice at concert venues, arenas, and bars. Myth number 4, my uniform gives me police-like authority. Truth, your uniform identifies you as a security guard. It does not grant you any additional legal powers. You are a private citizen with limited, specific authorities. Wearing the uniform does not make you a law enforcement officer. Never behave as if it does. Myth number 5, I am responsible for preventing all crime on the property. Truth, you are responsible for taking reasonable steps to deter and detect crime. You are not responsible for preventing every single incident. If someone manages to steal despite your best efforts, that is not a failure on your part. Your job is to be a visible deterrent and to respond appropriately when an incident occurs. Focus on what you can control, your presence, your observation, and your reporting. Understanding these myths protects you. It prevents you from making a decision that could cost you your license, your job, or even your freedom. The law is your shield, not your sword. Use it wisely. Your goal is not to memorize every line of the CISA or the criminal code. Your goal is to internalize the principles so that when you are on the job, your actions are confident, lawful, and professional. The law is not a barrier to your work, it is the foundation that allows you to do your job safely and effectively. Master this foundation, and everything else, the exam, the career, the confidence, will follow. Figure mind map, a detailed mind map for visualizing the chapter, dejargoning the legal landscape. Central node, Ontario Security Guard legal landscape. Subnodes radiating out, 1. CISA, the owner's manual, with branches, defines your role, license obligations, ministry enforcement 2. Daily duties and limits with branches, observation and reporting, no police powers, cannot detain unlawfully, cannot search without consent 3. Criminal Code Essentials with branches, theft, S.322, assault, S.265, mischief, S.430, weapons, S.88-90, 4. Trespass to Property Act with branches, entry prohibited, entry with notice, revocation of permission, key steps for noticed 5. Common legal myths with branches, myth, can detain anyone, myth, force for any arrest, myth, can search suspects, myth, uniform equals police, myth, must prevent all crime. Use a hierarchical tree layout with a central hub. The style should be clean, professional, and easy to read, with color-coded branches for each subsection. Use a light background, off-white or pale gray, with dark text for contrast. The design should emphasize clarity over decoration, as this is for study purposes. Chapter 3, Citizens Arrest, Use of Force, and Your Boundaries. Sections. Section 3.1, Citizens Arrest, when you can and absolutely cannot act. Section 3.2, The Use of Force Model you must memorize. Section 3.3, Reporting and documenting every use of force incident. Section 3.4, Protecting yourself legally while protecting property. Section 3.5, Scenario Walkthroughs, applying the rules in real time. You're on patrol, radio clipped to your shoulder, when you spot a person shoving merchandise into a bag near the emergency exit. Your heart rate kicks up. Your training screams, "What do I do? Can I grab them? Can I hold them until the police arrive?" This is the moment every security guard dreads and prepares for, the split second where the law meets real human tension. In this chapter, we're going to strip away the fear and confusion around two of the most legally charged areas of your job, citizens' arrest and use of force. I'll give you the exact rules from the Criminal Code and the Private Security and Investigative Services Act, 2005, CISA, but more importantly, I'll show you how to apply them without overstepping your boundaries. By the end, you'll know not only when you can act, but when you must step back and wait for the police. Remember, your primary job is to observe, report, and protect property, not to be a vigilante. Let's get that clear from the start. Section 3.1, Citizen's Arrest, when you can and absolutely cannot act. The phrase citizen's arrest sounds dramatic, like something out of a movie. In reality, it's a narrow, heavily regulated power that Ontario security guards can use, but only under very specific conditions. The Criminal Code, Section 494, gives private citizens, including licensed security guards, the authority to make an arrest, but the rules are strict enough to fit on a single index card. Let's break them down. You can make a citizen's arrest only when you find someone committing an indictable offense, for example, theft, breaking and entering, assault, on or in relation to property that you are lawfully in possession of or authorized to protect. Or you find someone committing a criminal offense on your property and you make the arrest at that moment or within a reasonable time after the offense. You must actually witness the offense. Seeing it on CCTV doesn't count, you need to observe it in person. Let's underline that last point because I've seen too many guards get themselves into legal trouble by trying to arrest someone based on a video review. The law requires you to be an eyewitness. If you miss the act itself, your job is to gather evidence, alert police, and let them handle the arrest. Period. There's one more critical factor: you cannot use excessive force to make the arrest. And you can only detain the person until a peace officer, police, arrives, no longer. If you hold someone for hours waiting for a report to be written, you've moved from lawful citizen's arrest to unlawful confinement. That's a criminal offense itself. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create image in landscape orientation best describe and represents the flowing. Make sure it is accurate and there is no repetition. Extra detailed AI ready prompt for AI generated diagram showing a flowchart titled Citizen's Arrest Decision Tree. At the top, a diamond shape. Did you personally witness an indictable offense being committed on property under your protection? If yes, lead to a rectangle. You may make a citizen's arrest using no more force than necessary. Call police immediately. If no, lead to a rectangle. Do not arrest. Observe, gather evidence, call police. Below the yes path, a second diamond. Is the person still on or near the property? If yes, arrest is lawful. Detain until police arrive. If no, do not pursue. Report to police. Use clean, large text, arrows, and a professional color palette, dark blue, white, gray. No decorative clutter, just the decision logic. Now, what about when you absolutely cannot act? This list is shorter but just as important. You cannot arrest someone for a summary conviction offense, like causing a disturbance, mischief under $5,000, unless it's happening on property you're protecting and you witness it. You cannot arrest someone based on suspicion, witness statements, or prior knowledge. You cannot use force to prevent someone from leaving before you have witnessed an offense. You cannot make a citizen's arrest for an offense that happened hours or days ago, even if you saw it on video. I'll give you a real-world example from my own training days. A colleague saw a person on a security monitor walking out of a store with a stolen jacket. He ran outside, grabbed the person's arm, and said, "You're under citizen's arrest." The person fought back, and my colleague ended up charged with assault. Why? Because he hadn't witnessed the theft in person, only on screen. The law didn't back him up. Let that sink in. Your authority is incredibly specific. Know it, respect it, and never bluff. Section 3.2, the use of force model you must memorize. Use of force isn't about brute strength. It's about a decision-making framework that helps you escalate or de-escalate your response based on the subject's behavior. In Ontario, the standard model is the National Use of Force Framework, and it's almost guaranteed to appear on your exam. But more importantly, it will guide your actions in the field, keeping you safe and legally protected. The framework has 4 levels of force, and you must always start at the lowest possible level and only escalate when the subject's behavior demands it. Let's walk through each level. Level 1, Presence. Your uniform, your posture, your calm voice. Sometimes just showing up is enough to deter a situation. This is your go-to. Stand tall, make eye contact, keep your hands visible. Your presence communicates authority without a single word. Level 2, Dialogue. Talk. Negotiate. Use de-escalation techniques. Sir, I need you to put that item back and leave the store. If you cooperate, we can avoid involving the police. This is where 90% of your conflicts should end. Practice your tone, firm, respectful, neutral. Never yell or threaten. Level 3, Physical Control. Only if dialogue fails and the subject becomes actively resistant, pushing, pulling away, trying to flee, may you use physical force. This includes techniques like an escort hold, an arm lock, or a takedown. But remember, you can only use the amount of force that is reasonable and proportional to the threat. If a 120-pound shoplifter tries to walk away, you don't tackle them to the ground. Level 4, Lethal Force. As a security guard, you are never authorized to use deadly force except in the most extreme circumstances, defending your own life or the life of another person from imminent death or grievous bodily harm. Let me be blunt, you should never carry a weapon unless your employer has specifically trained and authorized you, and in Ontario, that's very rare for basic security guards. Your job is not to be a police officer. Here's the key principle: the force you use must be continuous, meaning you stop as soon as the subject stops resisting. You don't get to deliver a punishment shot. Every action must be justifiable in the moment. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create image in landscape orientation best describe and represents the flowing. Make sure it is accurate and there is no repetition. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing the national use of force framework as a circular or stair-step model. At the bottom, presence. Next step, dialogue. Above that, physical control. Top, lethal force. Arrows pointing upward from each level, with a side arrow labeled subject's behavior escalates and a downward arrow labeled subject's behavior de-escalates. In the center, a circle labeled decision-making, reasonable and proportional. Use a clean, modern design with cool blues and grays, large legible font. No extra icons, just the steps and key labels. Let me give you a practical tip that has saved me countless times: always have a witness. Before you touch anyone, shout loud enough for a colleague or a bystander to hear, "I am a security guard. I am asking you to stop. If you don't, I will use physical force to detain you." This creates a clear record of your attempt to de-escalate and puts the subject on notice. And if you do end up in a courtroom, that witness, or the recording from your body camera, becomes your best defense. Section 3.3, Reporting and documenting every use of force incident. No matter how well you handle a situation, if you don't document it properly, it never happened, at least not in a way that protects you. In Ontario, the CISA requires you to submit a written report to your employer within 24 hours whenever you use physical force or make a citizen's arrest. Failing to do so can result in disciplinary action, suspension of your license, or even criminal liability. Your report must include the 5 W's: who, what, when, where, why, plus how. But let's go deeper. Here's a template I recommend you memorize. Date and time of incident, exact, to the minute. Location, specific area, property address, nearest landmark. Subject description, name, if known, otherwise, detailed physical description, height, weight, clothing, hair color, scars, tattoos. Sequence of events, written in chronological order, using your own observations, not hearsay. Force used, exactly what you did, placed my open hand on the subject's shoulder and guided him toward the exit versus wrestled him to the ground. Injuries, to subject, to yourself, to others, even minor scratches. Witnesses, names and contact information of anyone who saw the incident. Police notified? Yes, no. Time of call, officer's name and badge number. Signature and date. Write the report as soon as the situation is stable. Don't wait until the end of your shift. Details fade fast, and memory is unreliable under stress. Use a standard incident report form if your employer provides one, otherwise, use a notebook with numbered pages. Here's a comparison to show you the difference between a poor report and a professional one. Poor report, professional report. Notice how the professional version is detailed, objective, and shows that you use de-escalation before physical contact. That's what will protect you in court. Section 3.4 Protecting yourself legally while protecting property. You have a duty to protect the property you're hired to guard, but that duty does not extend to risking your own safety or breaking the law. The Trespass to Property Act gives you the authority to ask someone to leave and, if they refuse, to call police. But you cannot physically remove them unless they become actively violent or commit an indictable offense. The best legal protection you have is your training and your documentation. Always know your employer's policies regarding use of force and arrest. Some companies prohibit any physical contact. Wear your security guard uniform and carry your license. This immediately establishes your authority. Use a personal incident log, even for minor events, to create a paper trail. If you are unsure about the law, do nothing physical. Call your supervisor or police. It's always better to err on the side of caution than to face charges of assault or unlawful confinement. I also want to talk about liability insurance. Some security companies provide it for guards, others don't. If you ever work freelance or in a high-risk environment, consider obtaining your own professional liability insurance. It's a small cost compared to a criminal defense lawyer's bill. Finally, never forget, the CISA requires you to act in good faith. That means you cannot use your authority for personal reasons, revenge, or to enforce rules that aren't backed by law. If you make a citizen's arrest based on a mistaken belief, e.g., you thought someone stole something but they didn't, you could still be held liable for false arrest. Always ask, can I prove this person actually committed a crime in front of me? If the answer is no, step back. Section 3.5 Scenario Walkthroughs, Applying the Rules in Real Time. Let's put all this theory into practice with 3 realistic scenarios. Read each one, decide what you would do, then compare with my analysis. Scenario A, you're guarding a construction site at night. You see a person climb the fence and start carrying off tools. You call out, but they ignore you and keep walking toward a getaway car. You are 100% sure they are stealing, you saw it with your own eyes. Can you make a citizen's arrest? Analysis, yes, this is a textbook case. You witnessed an indictable offense, theft, on property you are protecting. You can use reasonable physical force to detain the person. But you must call police immediately and stop the physical contact once the person complies. Do not chase them into the car if they flee, that escalates into a dangerous pursuit. Scenario B, a customer in a grocery store is shouting profanities and knocking items off shelves. They are causing a disturbance, a summary conviction offense. You ask them to leave, and they refuse. Can you physically remove them? Analysis, no, a disturbance is a summary conviction offense, and you did not witness a theft or other indictable offense. Under the Trespass to Property Act, you can only ask them to leave. If they refuse, call police and let them handle the removal. Do not touch the person, you risk assault charges. Scenario C, while patrolling a parking lot, you see a person break a car window and grab a purse. They sprint away. You chase them for 2 blocks before grabbing their arm and shouting, "Stop!" Security. They struggle, and you end up on the ground. Police arrive and arrest the person for theft. Later, the person sues you for excessive force. How do you defend yourself? Analysis, you caught them in the act of an indictable offense, theft from auto, so the citizen's arrest itself was lawful. However, the force you used must be reasonable. If you tackled a fleeing suspect when you could have simply followed and noted the direction they ran, a court may find the force excessive. Your best defense is to demonstrate that they actively resisted, that you attempted to de-escalate verbally first, and that you stopped the moment police arrived. Documentation, your incident report, will be critical. This is why we always record the sequence of events in detail. Figure mind map, create a mind map titled Citizen's Arrest, Use of Force, and your boundaries with central node. Branch 1, Citizen's Arrest Rules, Sub-branches, Witness indictable offense on property, no video after the fact, must call police immediately, cannot arrest for summary offenses unless witnessed, no excessive force. Branch 2, National Use of Force Framework, Sub-branches, Presence, Dialogue, Physical Control, Reasonable and Proportional, Lethal Force, only for life-threatening, Continuous Assessment, Escalate, De-escalate. Branch 3, Reporting and Documentation, Sub-branches, 5WS plus how, within 24 hours, template, date, time, location, subject, sequence, force used, injuries, witnesses, police, signature. Branch for Illegal Protection, Sub-branches, follow employer policy, wear uniform and carry license, incident log, liability insurance, act in good faith. Branch 5, Scenario Insights, Sub-branches, theft in progress equals arrest possible, disturbance equals call police only, pursuit equals beware of excessive force. Use a clean, professional layout with curved lines, muted colors, dark blue, gray, white, and large legible text. No clip art, just the mind map structure. Chapter 4, Report Writing that protects your career. Sections. Section 4.1, the 5WS and 1H, Foundations of a Strong Report. Section 4.2, Visual Templates for Incident, Observation, and Shift Reports. Section 4.3, Side-by-side Examples, Poor versus Professional Documentation. Section 4.4, Common Mistakes that get reports thrown out of court. Section 4.5, Building a Personal Report Writing Checklist. You've just finished a long night shift. Your feet ache, your eyes are tired, and all you want to do is go home. Then you remember, you need to write the shift report. It's the last thing you feel like doing, and it shows. Your handwriting is rushed, your sentences are choppy, and you leave out a few details because they seemed unimportant at the time. 3 weeks later, you get a call. That minor incident you documented, the one you barely remembered writing about, has escalated. A lawyer is questioning your report in court. And the things you left out, the words you chose, the assumptions you made, they're now the center of attention. Your career hangs on a piece of paper you wrote when you were half asleep. This isn't a scare story. It's a reality that plays out in courtrooms across Ontario every year. Your report isn't just a log of events, it's your first line of defense. It's the record that says you were professional, observant, and within the law. Get it right, and it protects you, your employer, and the public. Get it wrong, and even the best actions on scene can be undermined. In this chapter, I'll show you how to write reports that do exactly that, protect your career. We'll start with the absolute foundation, the structure every good report needs, and then build up to templates, examples, and a personal checklist you can use on every shift. Let's get started. Section 4.1, the 5WS and 1H, Foundations of a Strong Report. Every report you write, whether it's a minor observation or a major incident, rests on 6 pillars. Think of them as the skeleton of your document. If these bones are solid, everything else, the descriptions, the conclusions, the recommendations, has a frame to hang on. If even one is missing or weak, the whole report can collapse under scrutiny. Those 6 pillars are the 5WS and 1H, who, what, where, when, why, as it relates to what you observed, not what you assumed, how. Let's unpack each one, because knowing them isn't enough. You need to know how to use them in a way that's legally sound and professionally sharp. Who? This covers everyone involved, the people you're reporting on, witnesses, victims, and you. For each person, you need more than just a name. A who section that says John Smith confronted a female customer is weak. A strong version includes full name, ask for ID if possible. Date of birth or age. Physical description, height, build, hair color, clothing, distinctive marks. Role in the incident, subject, witness, victim, reporting guard. Be precise. A tall man in a red jacket becomes a male, approximately 6 feet 2 inches, 190 pounds, brown hair, wearing a red Patagonia jacket with a white logo on the left chest. The second version is harder for a defense lawyer to argue with. What? This is the action itself. Stick to observable facts. What did you see, hear, or smell? What did the camera record? What did witnesses tell you? Avoid conclusions dressed up as facts. Weak, the subject was aggressive. Strong, the subject raised his voice, stepped toward the employee, and clenched his fists. His face was red, and he was breathing rapidly. The first version is an opinion. The second is a description of behaviors that a judge or supervisor can interpret themselves. Let the facts speak for you. Where? Location matters more than you think. A vague location like near the food court is useless 6 months later when someone tries to find the exact spot. Always include specific landmark or store name. Section of the property, e.g., north entrance, level 2 parking. Camera numbers if applicable. Any signage or unique identifiers. Example, the incident occurred at the north entrance of the mall, directly in front of store number 204, Tim Hortons, under camera C12. When? Time is one of the most contested elements in any legal proceeding. Record the exact time you observed the event and separate that from the time you wrote the report. If there's a gap, explain it. At 22:15 hours, I observed the subject enter through the emergency exit. Report completed at 23:45 hours, following a brief delay to assist the police officer with a statement. Use the 24-hour clock for clarity. Write the date in full, e.g., the 3rd of September 2025, to avoid international confusion. Why as an observation, not an assumption? This is the trickiest W because it's where reports go wrong. You don't know why someone did something unless they tell you. Instead, document what you observed that suggests a reason. Assumption, the subject was drunk. Observational why, the subject's speech was slurred, his gait was unsteady, and the odor of alcohol was present on his breath. If a witness says, he told me he was angry because he lost his job, you can include that as a direct quote. But never write your own guess. Let the evidence speak. How? The how answers the method of the event. How did the person enter? How did they conceal property? How did they leave? How did you intervene? This is your narrative flow, the sequence of actions that connects everything. For example, if you're reporting a theft, the subject entered through the south door at 2 p.m. hours. He selected a pair of boots from aisle 4, placed them in a reusable bag, and exited through the emergency exit without paying. I activated my body camera, followed at a distance, and observed him walking toward the bus stop. The how gives your report a timeline and a logical progression. Author's reflection, I've seen guards spend 10 minutes describing a person's shirt while forgetting to record the time of the call. The 5 Ws and H are not a checklist you tick off, they're a mental framework you integrate into your observation from the moment you notice something unusual. Train yourself to start mentally collecting these 6 pieces of data the second your attention is drawn to any event. It becomes second nature. Section 4.2, Visual Templates for Incident, Observation, and Shift Reports. A good template is like a set of training wheels, it keeps you upright until you can ride on your own. But even experienced guards benefit from a consistent structure. It saves time, reduces errors, and makes sure you don't forget a critical element, especially in the middle of a chaotic shift. Below are 3 templates you can adapt for your own logbook or digital reporting system. The key is to fill in every section, every time. Even if a section feels empty, no witnesses, write it down. An intentional blank is far better than a missing section that might be seen as an oversight. Template 1, Incident Report. Use this for any significant event, theft, trespass, medical emergency, fire alarm, or altercation. Incident Report. Date ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ time of incident report number _________________________________________________________________ 1. Reporting guard. Badge number __________________________________________________________________________________________________________ _____________________________________________________________________________________________________ Include specific area, store, camera number, landmarks. 3. Persons involved. Subjects. Name, if known ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Description Witnesses. Name contact Statement taken? Yes, no. Victims. Name contact For description of incident, use 5 Ws and 1 H. Write in chronological order. Stick to facts. Use quotes where possible. 5. Actions taken. Did you call police? Escort the person? Administer first aid? Note exact times. 6. Evidence collected. Photos, video, items seized, witness statements. 7. Police notified. Yes, no officer name, ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________badge hash time notified time arrived _________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Report completed by ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Signature Template 2, Observation Report. Use this for suspicious activity that doesn't yet warrant an incident report. It establishes a pattern for future reference. Observation Report. Date time location observation. Subject description, if applicable. Action taken. Note, did you approach? Notify a supervisor? Simply observe and document. Supervisor notified, yes, no name, Reporting guard, signature, Template 3, Shift Report. This is your end of shift summary. It should cover everything that happened, even routine events, as evidence that you were active and observant. Shift Report. Date shift post area Reporting guard, badge number, Summary of activities. Tick the boxes that apply, then add brief details. Patrols conducted. Locked unlocked doors. Incident reports completed. underscore 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 underscore. Observation reports completed, underscore 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 underscore. Alarm tests. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Fire extinguisher inspections. Underscore 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 underscore. Visitor logs reviewed. Underscore 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 underscore. Notable events. Equipment status. Any broken radios, cameras, locks, or lights. Outstanding items. Things the next shift needs to know. Shift handover. Guard name, incoming underscore 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 time underscore 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 underscore. Signature, incoming underscore 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 underscore. Report completed at underscore 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 underscore. Signature, underscore 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 underscore. Figure 4.1, figure, with light background and high contrast create image in landscape orientation best describe and represents the flowing of information from incident to report. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing a flowchart with 3 columns. Left column, real event, theft, trespass, medical, with a small icon of a person and a lightning bolt. Middle column, guard observes, 5WS plus H, with a magnifying glass icon over a checklist. Right column, report written, template used, with a document icon and a check mark. Arrows flow from left to right, with a dashed line looping back from the middle to the left indicating mental notes before writing. The image has a clean, professional style with blue and grey tones, no clutter. The layout is horizontal with clear separation between columns. The title at the top reads, From Event to Report, the Documentation Flow. Section 4.3, Side-by-side examples, poor versus professional documentation. The best way to learn what good looks like is to see what bad looks like first. Below are two versions of the same incident. The first is the kind of report that gets thrown out of court or leads to disciplinary action. The second is professional, defensible, and clear. The scenario. You're working a mall security shift. At 21:30 hours, you see a male subject exit a sporting goods store with a jacket that still has a security tag attached. You approach him, and he becomes verbally aggressive before leaving the property. The store manager confirms the jacket wasn't paid for. Version 1, Poor report. Date, March 3, 2025. Time, around 9:30 p.m. Location, Sport Zone. I saw a guy walk out of Sport Zone with a jacket. He looked suspicious. I asked him to stop, and he got angry and yelled at me. He left. The manager said he stole it. That's all. Why this fails, vague time, around 9:30 p.m. isn't precise enough for a court. No subject description, a guy could be anyone. Opinion instead of fact, he looked suspicious is a conclusion, not an observation. Missing actions taken, did you call police? Did you ask for ID? Did you provide a description to dispatch? No evidence management, the security tag, video footage, and witness are not mentioned. Poor language, that's all undermines the seriousness of the event. Version 2, Professional report. Incident report. Date, the 3rd of March, 2025. Time of incident, 21:30 hours. Location, Sport Zone, Unit Number 110, near the main entrance, under camera CR08. Report number, IR 2025-034. Reporting guard, James McDonald, badge number 54321. Subject. Not identified by name. Male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, 170 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes, no facial hair. Wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, grey jogging pants, and white running shoes. No visible tattoos or unique identifiers. Witness. Sarah Chen, Store Manager, Sport Zone. Contact 555-123 for 567. Verbal statement given. Description of incident. At 21:30 hours, I was conducting a routine patrol along the east corridor of the main floor. I observed a male subject exit Sport Zone through the main entrance. As he passed under the lighting near C08, I noticed a rectangular white security tag still attached to the left sleeve of a black jacket he was wearing. I identified myself as a security guard, raised my right hand in a stop gesture, and stated, "Sir, can I speak with you for a moment?" The subject stopped, turned toward me, and said, "What's your problem?" in a raised voice. I replied, "I noticed the security tag on your jacket. Did you purchase that item here?" The subject's face became red, and he said, "None of your business," then walked quickly through the north exit toward the parking lot. I did not pursue. I maintained visual contact until he entered a grey sedan, license plate ABC 1234, and exited the parking lot at 21:32 hours. I returned to Sport Zone at 21:33 hours and located the store manager, Miss Sarah Chen. She confirmed the jacket had not been paid for and provided a verbal statement. The jacket was valued at $149.99. Actions taken. Maintained a safe distance and did not physically intervene. Documented the subject's vehicle and direction of travel. Notified the store manager and obtained her verbal statement. Did not contact police, per store policy on theft under $5,000. Evidence collected. Camera footage from C08 covering 21:28 to 21:33 hours, requested by Ms. Chen for store records. Police notified, no, per policy. Additional notes. The subject's description and vehicle license have been forwarded to the evening shift supervisor for awareness. Report completed by R. James McDonald, badge number 54321. Date, the 3rd of March, 2025. Why this works: precise time, location, and camera number make the event verifiable. Full subject description allows others to identify him if he returns. Direct quotes capture the subject's words without interpretation. Chronological narrative shows the sequence of events clearly. Actions and non-actions are documented, including the decision not to pursue or call police, which shows sound judgment. Evidence chain is initiated with a note about camera footage. No opinions or assumptions, only what was seen, heard, and done. Section 4.4 Common mistakes that get reports thrown out of court. You've now seen what a good report looks like. But knowing the pitfalls is just as important. Here are the most common mistakes that get reports dismissed, contradicted, or used against you in a legal proceeding. Mistake number 1: opinion dressed up as fact. This is the single most damaging error. Words like aggressive, suspicious, intoxicated, or hostile are conclusions. The person reading your report doesn't know what you mean by aggressive. They need the behaviors that led you to that conclusion. Fix it: replace every opinion with a description of observable action. Don't write, "He was drunk." Write, "His speech was slurred, his eyes were bloodshot, and the odor of alcohol was present on his breath." Mistake number 2: incomplete subject descriptions. Black male, about 5 feet 10 inches, wearing dark clothes is not enough. A good description allows someone who wasn't there to pick the subject out of a crowd. Include clothing details, branding, colors, condition, accessories, hat, glasses, jewelry, and unique features, scars, tattoos, gait. Fix it: use a mnemonic like chief, complexion, skin tone, facial features, height and build, identifying marks, scars, tattoos, piercings, eyes, color, shape, glasses, footwear, specific style, color, wear pattern. Mistake number 3: missing or vague timelines. Around 6 p.m. or a few minutes later are easy to challenge. Prosecutors and defense lawyers love to pick apart timelines. Gaps or fuzzy times can be used to suggest you were not paying attention or that events unfolded differently. Fix it: note the exact time for every significant action. If you don't have a watch, use your phone. Write times in the 24-hour clock. If there's a gap between the event and your report, explain it, e.g., report completed at 23:15 due to assisting patrol shift handover. Mistake number 4: including hearsay without attribution. Hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter. In a security report, you can include what someone told you, but you must attribute it clearly and note that it's a statement, not a fact. Fix it: use direct quotes and identify the source. Don't write, "The manager said he stole the jacket." Write, "Ms. Chen, store manager, stated he did not pay for the jacket. I saw him walk out without stopping at the register. I did not verify this personally." Mistake number 5: using emotional or biased language. Words like threatening, suspicious, or uncooperative carry emotional weight. They can make you appear biased or unprofessional. Stick to neutral, observational language. Fix it: replace emotional words with physical descriptions. Don't write, "He became threatening." Write, "He stepped toward me, raised his voice, and pointed his finger within 2 feet of my face." Mistake number 6: forgetting the why of your own actions. You need to justify what you did and, just as importantly, what you didn't do. A report that says "I didn't call police" without explaining why leaves you open to criticism. Fix it: document your decision-making process briefly. Per store policy, thefts under $5,000 are reported to management only. No police contact was made. I followed this policy to ensure consistency with store procedures. Mistake number 7: poor formatting and spelling errors. A report with spelling mistakes or messy handwriting looks unprofessional and can be used to question your competence. In court, every detail is scrutinized, including the quality of your documentation. Fix it: write legibly. Use spell check for digital reports. Keep margins clean. If you make a correction, strike through a single line, initial it, and write the correction beside it. Never use whiteout or scratch out words. Author's reflection: I once watched a case collapse because a guard wrote around 9 p.m. when the camera timestamp showed 9:47. That 47-minute discrepancy opened the door for the defense to argue the guard wasn't paying attention. The guard was telling the truth, he'd glanced at the wrong clock, but the damage was done. Precision is not optional. It's the currency of credibility. Section 4.5, Building a Personal Report Writing Checklist. You can't afford to rely on memory alone, especially after a long shift or a stressful incident. A personal checklist, laminated and kept in your logbook or taped to your patrol binder, ensures you never skip a critical element. Below is a checklist you can adapt for your own use. Copy it, modify it, and use it every time you write a report. The 5-star report checklist. Before you start writing, have I mentally collected the 5 Ws and 1 H? Have I reviewed the relevant camera footage or notes? Have I spoken to all witnesses and noted their contact information? Have I secured any physical evidence, photos, tags, receipts? While writing, did I start with the date, time, and location in the 24-hour clock? Have I described each person involved with observable details, Chief? Have I avoided opinions and emotional language? Have I used direct quotes for key statements? Did I write in chronological order? Have I documented my actions, what I did and what I didn't do? Have I explained any significant decisions, e.g., not calling police? Have I noted evidence collected and its chain of custody? After writing, have I proofread for spelling, grammar, and clarity? Did I initial any corrections, single strike through, not white out? Have I left no blank sections, write not applicable if not applicable? Have I signed and dated the report? Nightly review, end of shift, have I completed all incident, observation, and shift reports? Have I informed the next shift of outstanding items? Have I stored all reports securely, digital or lockbox? Figure 4.2, Figure, with light background and high contrast create image in landscape orientation best describe and represents a single, clean, laminated checklist card. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated image showing a rectangular ID-sized card with a blue header that reads MY Report Checklist in bold white letters. Below, in a simple 2-column grid, are short checkable items, 5 Ws plus 1 H, chief description, direct quotes, chronological order, fact only, no opinion, explain decisions, proofread, initial corrections, sign and date. Each item has a small empty checkbox. The background is off-white, the text is dark grey, and the card has a subtle drop shadow. The layout is clean, professional, and horizontal, designed to look like a practical tool for a security guard's pocket or binder. Chapter Summary. Your report is your most powerful tool for protecting your career. It's a living document that tells the story of your actions, your judgment, and your professionalism. Here's what we covered. The 5 Ws and 1 H are the foundation: who, what, where, when, why, as observation only, and how. Master these, and your reports will be legally defensible. Templates save time and prevent missed sections. Use the incident, observation, and shift report templates provided, and adapt them to your employer's system. Side-by-side examples show that professional reports are specific, factual, chronological, and free of opinion. Poor reports are vague, emotional, and incomplete. Common mistakes include writing opinions as facts, incomplete descriptions, vague timelines, hearsay, biased language, missing rationales for actions, and poor formatting. A personal checklist ensures consistency and thoroughness on every report. Laminating it makes it easy to carry and refer to. Remember, your report is not just for your employer. It's for the ministry, for the court, for your supervisor, and most of all, for you. When you write a precise, factual, and complete report, you are building a wall of protection around yourself. You are showing that you understood the event, applied your training, and acted within the law. No one can take that away from you. Now, go write reports that stand up to any test. Your career is worth it. Chapter 4 Mind Map. Figure mind map, key concepts from Chapter 4, report writing that protects your career center node, report writing that protects your career first level branches, clockwise from top 1. Foundations, 5Ws plus 1H, O who, people involved, full descriptions, O what, I observable facts, no opinions, O where, specific location, camera numbers, O when, 24-hour clock, precise times, O why, observational, not assumed, O how, chronological sequence, 2. Template ISO incident report, theft, trespass, medical, O observation report, suspicious activity, O shift report, end of shift summary, O use a consistent structure daily 3. Side-by-side exam place O poor, vague, opinion-based, missing detail so professional, specific, factual, chronological, quote so key differences in clarity and defensibility 4. Common mistake so opinion as facto incomplete descriptions, chief mnemonic, O vague timeline so hearsay without attribution O emotional, a biased language O missing decision rationale O poor formatting and spelling errors 5. Personal checklist O before writing, collect 5Ws plus H, review evidencio during writing, use chief, quotes, chronological ordero after writing, proofread, initial corrections, no blank space so end of shift, complete all reports, secure storage connecting themes, precision equals credibility, facts opinions, templates equals consistency, checklist equals no missed elements, report equals career protection color coding, blue equals foundation elements, green equals practical tools, templates, checklists, red equals warnings, mistakes to avoid, orange equals example contrasts layout style, radial, with center node in a bold circle, first level branches as thick colored lines leading to rounded rectangles. Text is concise, using bold for key terms. The background is white with light gray grid lines for alignment. Arrows between branches show relationships, e.g., common mistakes connects back to foundations as a warning. The overall feeling is clean, organized, and immediately useful for studying. Chapter 5, Communication, De-Escalation, and Professional Presence. Sections. Section 5.1, Verbal Judo, Words as your primary defense tool. Section 5.2, Reading body language and recognizing escalation signs. Section 5.3, Radio etiquette and dispatch communication protocols. Section 5.4, Professional conduct that commands respect on site. Section 5.5, Writing professional emails and memos to your supervisor. You're standing at the entrance of a busy downtown office tower. The lobby is buzzing with morning rush hour energy, people juggling coffee cups, tapping keycards, rushing toward elevators. A man approaches, face flushed, voice raised. He's not on the access list, and his frustration is building. Every pair of eyes in the lobby turns toward you. In this moment, your physical training doesn't matter. Your knowledge of the sizer won't help. What matters is your voice, your posture, and your ability to read a situation before it explodes. This is the art of professional presence, and it's the skill that will define your career more than any other. This chapter is your guide to becoming a communicator who can calm, command, and connect. We'll move beyond theory into practical techniques you can use starting today. By the end, you'll understand how words become your shield, how body language becomes your radar, and how professional conduct becomes your reputation. Section 5.1, Verbal Judo, Words as your primary defense tool. Think of verbal judo as the martial art of conversation. Just as a judo practitioner uses an opponent's momentum against them, you'll learn to use the energy of a tense situation to redirect it toward a peaceful resolution. Your goal isn't to win an argument, it's to maintain safety while preserving dignity for everyone involved. The core principle of verbal judo is simple: listen first, speak second. When a person is upset, their brain is in survival mode. Logical reasoning shuts down. If you respond with commands or criticism, you'll trigger a fight or flight response. Instead, you need to acknowledge their emotion before addressing the issue. Here's a practical example. A woman is shouting at you because her delivery truck can't access the loading dock. Your instinct might be to say, "Those are the rules, and I can't make exceptions." That response will escalate the situation. Instead, try, "I can see you're frustrated. This delay is inconvenient for you. Let me see what I can do to help." That simple shift, validating emotion before offering a solution, changes everything. The person feels heard. Their brain begins to calm. Now they're ready to listen. The LEAPS technique. The LEAPS acronym is your framework for any verbal interaction, especially when tensions are rising. Let me break it down. Letter technique: what it looks like in practice. This technique works because it forces you to slow down. When you slow down, the other person slows down too. That's the goal, to break the cycle of rapid escalation. Figure, with light background and high contrast. Create image in landscape orientation. Best describe and represents the flowing. Make sure it is accurate and there is no repetition. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing a visual representation of the escalation curve. On the left, a stick figure person is calm, green zone. A red arrow points upward to a peak labeled crisis point. Along the curve, there are intervention points labeled listen, empathize, ask, paraphrase, summarize. The curve descends after the peak into a resolution zone. Use a clean infographic style with white background, blue and green tones, and simple icons. No text beyond labels. The power of I statements. When you're in a tense situation, avoid starting sentences with "you." "You need to calm down" is a guaranteed trigger. "You're being unreasonable" will make things worse. Instead, use I statements that focus on your responsibility and perspective. Compare these two responses. Weak response: "You can't be in this area. You have to leave now." Strong response: "I need to ask everyone to stay behind the barrier for safety. I appreciate your cooperation." Notice how the strong response doesn't accuse or command. It states a requirement and assumes cooperation. It's respectful and firm at the same time. When words aren't enough. There will be rare moments when verbal judo fails. A person who is intoxicated, experiencing a mental health crisis, or determined to cause harm may not respond to any technique. In those cases, your priority shifts from de-escalation to personal safety and calling for backup. Know the difference between a person who is upset and a person who is dangerous. If someone is shouting but not advancing, stay calm and keep talking. If someone is advancing with clenched fists or reaching for a weapon, create distance and call for help immediately. Section 5.2, Reading Body Language and Recognizing Escalation Signs. Your ears are your primary communication tool, but your eyes are your early warning system. Most security incidents don't start with words, they start with physical cues. A person's posture, facial expressions, and hand placement can tell you everything you need to know about their emotional state. The 3 zones of proxemics. Proxemics is the study of personal space. In security work, distance is your best friend. We use 3 zones. Public zone, 1.5 plus meters safe distance. You can observe and communicate without risk. Social zone, 1 to 1.5 meters normal conversation distance. Maintain this for most interactions. Intimate zone, under 1 meter high risk. If someone enters this zone without invitation, they're either aggressive or seeking comfort. Assess carefully. Rule of thumb: if someone steps into your intimate zone, take a small step back to re-establish your personal space. This isn't a sign of weakness, it's a tactical repositioning that gives you more reaction time. Recognizing escalation signs. Before someone becomes physically aggressive, they typically display a sequence of nonverbal cues. Learn to spot these early. Sign what it means. If you see 3 or more of these signs simultaneously, you're in a high-risk situation. Your priority shifts to de-escalation or disengagement. The relaxed stance. Your body language communicates as loudly as your words. When you're engaging with someone, adopt a relaxed but alert stance. Feet shoulder-width apart for balance. Hands visible, not in pockets, not behind your back. Palms slightly open and facing outward, a universal sign of non-threat. Shoulders relaxed, not hunched. Head level, chin slightly down. This stance says, I'm here, I'm calm, and I'm not a threat. It invites cooperation rather than confrontation. Mirroring and matching. Advanced communicators use a technique called mirroring to build rapport. You subtly mimic the other person's body language, not like a cartoon, but with slight adjustments. If they lean forward slightly, you lean forward too. If they speak quietly, you lower your voice. This creates subconscious rapport. The person feels, without knowing why, that you're on their wavelength. Use it carefully and authentically. If you overdo it, you'll look like you're mocking them. Section 5.3 Radio Etiquette and Dispatch Communication Protocols. Your radio is your lifeline. When you press that transmit button, you're not just talking to dispatch, you're talking to everyone on your channel, other guards, supervisors, and sometimes emergency services. Clarity and professionalism are non-negotiable. The anatomy of a radio call. Every radio transmission follows a consistent structure. Use it every time, without exception. Identify yourself, control, this is guard 212. State your location, I'm at the east entrance, level 1. Describe the situation, I have a male subject refusing to leave the lobby. Request or provide information, requesting supervisor to location. Acknowledge and confirm, received, control. Out. Keep it short. Keep it clear. Never use emotional language like, I think there's a problem or something bad is happening. Stick to facts, I have a subject who has been asked to leave and has refused. The phonetic alphabet. You'll need to spell out license plates, names, or locations over the radio. The phonetic alphabet prevents confusion. Letter phonetic. Practice this until it's second nature. When you're under pressure, you won't have time to think about whether M is Mike Ward Mary. Radio etiquette rules. Wait for a gap. Don't transmit over someone else. If you hear another guard speaking, wait until they finish. Use over to end your transmission. This tells others you're done speaking. Use out to end the conversation. This tells others the channel is free. Never curse or use slang. Everything you say can be recorded and used in legal proceedings. Repeat critical information. For addresses or license plates, read the information, then ask dispatch to repeat it back. Keep emotions out of your voice. Even if you're scared or angry, your voice must remain calm and even. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create image in landscape orientation best describe and represents the flowing. Make sure it is accurate and there is no repetition. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing a security guard sitting at a desk with a radio microphone in hand. On the screen, a visual grid displays 3 columns, identify, location, situation. Arrows connect these to a sample radio message, control, guard 212. I'm at the east entrance, level 1. I have a male subject refusing to leave. Use a clean professional style with blue tones and white space. No clutter. Section 5.4 Professional conduct that commands respect on site. Professional presence isn't about looking tough. It's about looking competent. When you walk onto a site, every person who sees you forms an instant judgment about your ability to handle problems. That judgment is shaped by 3 things: your appearance, your demeanor, and your consistency. The uniform as a tool. Your uniform isn't just clothing, it's a symbol of authority. Wear it properly. Keep it clean, pressed, and well-fitted. Polish your boots. Ensure your badge is visible. If your uniform looks sloppy, people will assume your security work is sloppy too. Practical tip: carry a small sewing kit in your bag. Loose buttons and torn seams happen. Fix them immediately, not when you get home. The power of punctuality. Show up early. Every shift. When you arrive 10 minutes before your start time, you give yourself time to get a briefing, check your equipment, and mentally prepare. More importantly, you signal to your supervisor and colleagues that you're reliable. Reliability is the foundation of professional trust. If people can't trust you to show up on time, they won't trust you to handle a crisis. The grey man approach. In security, the best presence is often the one that's noticed only when needed. The grey man philosophy is about blending into the environment while remaining alert. You're not intimidating. You're not invisible. You're just professional. Walk with purpose but not aggression. Scan areas with your eyes, not your whole head. Stand in positions where you can see the room without blocking flow. Your presence should feel reassuring, not threatening. Handling difficult encounters with dignity. You will encounter people who are rude, angry, or disrespectful. Your response determines whether the situation escalates or resolves. Here's a simple 3-step process. Acknowledge the emotion, I hear that you're frustrated. State the boundary, I need you to lower your voice so we can talk. Offer a path forward, if you can calm down, I'll do my best to help you. If the person continues to be abusive, repeat the boundary. If they continue, disengage and call for backup. You don't have to tolerate abuse. Professionalism doesn't mean absorbing mistreatment, it means knowing when to walk away. Section 5.4 Professional conduct that commands respect on site, continued. Documenting your professionalism. Your professional reputation is built shift by shift. Keep a personal log of your interactions, especially positive ones. When a tenant thanks you for helping them, note it down. When you handle a difficult situation well, write a brief summary. This log becomes evidence of your competence. If you ever need a reference or a promotion, you'll have concrete examples to share. The no surprises rule. Your supervisor hates surprises. If something is wrong, a broken lock, a missing patrol, a security breach, tell them immediately. Don't wait until the end of your shift. Don't hope it won't be noticed. Proactive communication shows you're responsible. Reactive communication shows you're covering your tracks. Be the guard who always provides early warning. Section 5.5 Writing professional emails and memos to your supervisor. Your written communication is a permanent record of your professionalism. Every email you send reflects on your competence, attention to detail, and respect for procedure. This section will give you templates and principles you can use immediately. The structure of a professional email. Every professional email has 3 parts. Subject line, clear and specific. Shift report, January 15, 2025, Building B incident. Body, concise and factual. Start with the purpose, then the details, then any action required. Signature, your full name, position, and site. Template for an incident notification email. Subject, incident report, unauthorized access, January 15, 2025. Dear Supervisor's name. I am writing to notify you of an unauthorized access incident that occurred at 14:30 today at the building's east entrance. A male subject, approximately 30 years old, entered through the loading dock without displaying a valid access card. When approached, he stated he was a delivery driver for XYZ company. He was unable to provide identification or a work order. I escorted him off the premises and documented the incident in the logbook. The subject's vehicle license plate is ABC 123, Ontario. I have attached a photo of the vehicle from the security camera. Please advise if you require any further action. Respectfully. Your name. Security guard, Building B. The 3 Cs of professional writing. Clear, use simple language. Avoid jargon unless it's industry standard and explained. Concise, every sentence should serve a purpose. Cut fluff like "I just wanted to follow up" or "I'm writing to inform you about." Correct, proofread for spelling, grammar, and facts. A typo in a report can undermine your credibility. When to email versus when to call. Situation best approach. Rule of thumb: if it's urgent, call. If it's important but not urgent, email. If it's both urgent and important, call first, then confirm in writing. Memo format. Memos are used for internal communication within your team. They're shorter and more direct than emails. Memorandum. TO, all security staff. From your name, security guard. Date, January 15th, 2025. Change to patrol route, Building B. Please note that the patrol route for Building B has been updated starting today. Changes. Level 3 patrol now includes the rooftop access door, previously excluded. Level 1 patrol must include the east exit stairwell. Please review the updated route map at the security desk. Thank you for your attention. Chapter summary: communication is your superpower. Let me be direct with you: the security guard who can communicate well will always outperform the guard who relies on physical presence or intimidation. Verbal judo, body language reading, radio protocols, professional conduct, and clear writing are not optional skills, they're the foundation of your career. Every interaction you have is a chance to build trust or lose it. Every email you send is a reflection of your competence. Every radio call you make is a demonstration of your professionalism. Practice these skills daily. Role play with a friend. Record yourself speaking on the radio. Write sample emails and ask a supervisor to review them. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. And when the pressure is on, when a person is shouting in your face, when the radio crackles with an emergency, you'll respond not with panic, but with the calm, practiced precision of a professional. That's the guard you're becoming. Figure mind map. Create a detailed mind map titled A Communication, De-Escalation, and Professional Presence with the central node labeled your Communication Toolkit. Branch 1, Verbal Judo. 2 with sub-branches: Ellipse Technique, I statements, listening first. Branch 2, Body Language with sub-branches: Proxemics, Zones, Escalation Signs, Relaxed Stance, Mirroring. Branch 3, Radio Protocols with sub-branches: Call Structure, Phonetic Alphabet, Etiquette Rules. Branch 4, Professional Conductor with sub-branches: Uniform, Punctuality, Gray Man Approach, No Surprises Rule. Branch 5, Written Communication with sub-branches: Email Structure, 3CS, Memo Format, Call versus Email Decision Tree. Use a clean layout with rounded nodes, blue and green color scheme, and white background. Ensure all text is legible and well spaced. Chapter 6, Emergency Response and Scene Management. Sections. Section 6.1, Your role in fires, medical emergencies, and natural disasters. Section 6.2, Securing a scene until first responders arrive. Section 6.3, Evacuation procedures and crowd control fundamentals. Section 6.4, Documenting emergencies for insurance and legal purposes. Section 6.5, After-action reviews, learning without getting sued. You're standing in the middle of a crowded food court when the fire alarm blares. The lights flicker. A woman screams, and suddenly everyone is moving, some toward the exits, some toward the noise, and some just standing frozen, eyes wide. Your heart pounds, but your training kicks in. You are not a first responder, but right now, you are the most important person on site until help arrives. This chapter is built for that exact moment. We'll walk through your specific responsibilities during fires, medical crises, and natural disasters. You'll learn how to secure a scene without contaminating evidence, how to guide an evacuation with calm authority, and how to document everything so your report holds up in court or for insurance. The goal isn't to make you a paramedic or firefighter, it's to make you the professional who controls the chaos, protects lives, and preserves the integrity of the site until the experts take over. Section 6.1 Your role in fires, medical emergencies, and natural disasters. In an emergency, your first instinct might be to do something, anything. That instinct can be dangerous. Your role as a security guard is not to play hero, it's to be the steady, predictable anchor that everyone else can rely on. Think of yourself as the air traffic controller of the crisis. You don't fly the plane, but you make sure no one crashes into each other. Fires. If you discover smoke or flames, your immediate priority is life safety, yours and others. Do not attempt to fight a fire unless you are trained and equipped, and even then, only if it's small and contained. Pull the nearest fire alarm if one exists, call 911, and then begin notifying occupants. Your post orders should tell you the designated evacuation routes and assembly points. Memorize them before an incident happens. Never use elevators during a fire, and always close doors behind you to slow the spread of smoke. Medical emergencies. Whether it's a heart attack, a fall, or a drug overdose, your job is to assess and protect until paramedics arrive. Do not move an injured person unless they are in immediate danger, e.g., fire, flooding. Call 911 immediately and provide clear information, location, number of victims, condition, and any hazards. While waiting, you can manage the crowd, keep onlookers back, request a first aid kit, and reassure the victim without making promises you can't keep. Basic first aid and CPR certification is strongly recommended. Many employers require it. Natural disasters. Tornadoes, earthquakes, floods, and power outages create chaos that can override even the best training. In Ontario, tornado warnings are common in certain regions. Know the shelter-in-place locations, interior rooms, away from windows, and the evacuation routes for your site. Your primary task is to direct people to safety, maintain communications, if radios or phones work, and account for everyone afterwards. Keep headcounts where possible. If the disaster forces an evacuation, follow the same principles as a fire drill, stay calm, lead by example, and never leave your post without receiving a clear order. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create an image in landscape orientation best describing a security guard standing calmly at the center of a chaotic emergency scene, people running, smoke, flashing lights, while the guard's posture is upright, radio in hand, eyes forward. The style is semi-realistic, educational illustration with clear labels, stay calm, assess, call 911. Lighting is dramatic but not dark, emphasizing the guard as the focal point. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing a security guard in a shopping mall food court during a fire alarm. The guard wears a yellow vest and holds a two-way radio. Behind them, a crowd moves toward an exit sign, some clutching bags, others covering their mouths. The guard's expression is alert but not panicked. In the foreground, a fallen chair and spilled coffee. The colors are warm oranges from the alarm light, with cool blues from exit signs. The composition places the guard slightly off-scent, facing the viewer, symbolizing readiness and control. The background shows a visible smoke cloud near the ceiling. The image should feel instructional, like a freeze frame from a training video. Section 6.2 Securing a scene until first responders arrive. Imagine you're the first person to arrive at the scene of a car that has crashed into the front lobby of your building. Glass is everywhere, the driver is groaning, and people are gathering to take pictures. Your heart races, but you take a breath. This is your moment to become the gatekeeper of the scene. Securing a scene means creating a physical and informational barrier between the incident and anyone who should not be there. Your first step is to assess for immediate danger, leaking fuel, live wires, unstable structures. If the scene is unsafe, keep your distance. If it's safe, position yourself to control access. Use barriers, cones, tape, furniture, even your own body, to define a perimeter. The goal is to preserve evidence, keep bystanders out, and give first responders a clear runway to do their work. But physical security is only half the job. You also need to manage information. Do not give statements to the media, curious onlookers, or even co-workers unless they have a direct operational need. Your only communication with outsiders should be to emergency dispatchers and, once they arrive, the lead responder. If someone asks what happened, a polite but firm "I'm not able to share details right now" is professional and legally safe. Evidence preservation is critical, especially if the incident might lead to a criminal investigation or insurance claim. Do not touch or move anything unless it's necessary for life safety. Take mental, or written, notes of the scene, where people are standing, what objects are displaced, the condition of doors and windows. If you have a camera or body-worn camera, record the scene as soon as it's safe, but check your organization's policy first. Some sites restrict photography. Your goal is to freeze the scene in time so investigators can read it like a book later. Remember, first responders are trained professionals. Your job is to hand over a clean, safe, and quiet scene. When they arrive, provide a brief, factual account. One male, approximately 40 years old, conscious but dazed, appeared to have a leg injury. The vehicle is leaking fluid. No other victims. I've cleared the immediate area. Then step back and let them work. Section 6.3, Evacuation Procedures and Crowd Control Fundamentals. Most emergencies trigger an evacuation, and most evacuations trigger panic. Your voice and your presence are the single most effective tools to keep that panic manageable. You are not a police officer, you are a guide. People will look to you for direction, even if you feel uncertain. The key is to give clear, simple, repetitive commands. Exit through the east doors. Do not use the elevators. Move quickly but do not run. Repeat that every 10 steps. Use your flashlight or a pointing arm to show the direction. Do not shout, use a firm, medium volume. Shouting escalates panic. Instead, project confidence with your voice and your body language. Stand tall, make eye contact, and keep your gestures broad and slow. Crowd control fundamentals are less about force and more about flow. Human beings in a crowd tend to follow the path of least resistance. If one exit is congested, people will naturally bottleneck. Your job is to redirect that flow. Use barriers or your own positioning to block off a blocked exit and steer people toward an alternate route. Do not physically push anyone unless they are about to walk into danger, e.g., a fire stairwell that is full of smoke. In most cases, a calm "this way, please, follow me" is all it takes. For large events or high-occupancy buildings, you may be assigned to specific zones. Know your zone. If the alarm sounds, you move to your assigned post and begin clearing that area. Check every room, especially washrooms, storage closets, and break rooms where people might have headphones on. Use a systematic pattern, left to right, top to bottom. Mark cleared rooms with a visual indicator, e.g., a piece of tape on the door, if your post orders call for it. Never assume a room is empty, always confirm. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create an image in landscape orientation best describing a hallway with people evacuating, a security guard at the center gesturing toward an exit sign with a raised hand. The image should be diagrammatic, showing the flow of people, arrows, moving away from a hazard, red glow, toward a green exit. Extra detailed AI-ready prompt for AI-generated diagram showing a long corridor in a commercial building. On the left, a large red warning symbol, fire icon, and a faint gray smoke. On the right, a bright green exit sign above a door. In the center, a security guard in a yellow vest stands with one arm extended, palm outward, indicating direction. People of various ages are walking briskly past the guard. The floor has a path drawn in dashed blue lines showing the recommended evacuation route. The lighting is cool white from ceiling fixtures, with a warm orange glow from the fire side. The style is clear and didactic, like a textbook diagram, with labels, hazard, evacuation route, and assembly area. No text on the guard. Composition emphasizes forward motion and clear guidance. Section 6.4, Documenting Emergencies for Insurance and Legal Purposes. You've already mastered the basics of incident report writing from Chapter 4. But emergency documentation demands even more precision because the stakes are higher. Insurance adjusters, lawyers, and possibly the police will scrutinize your words months or years later. A single missing detail can cost your employer thousands of dollars or your job. Your report on an emergency should include 5 distinct layers. First, the timeline, exact times of the initial call, your arrival, first responder arrival, and scene clearing. Use the 24-hour clock, 14:35, not 2:35 p.m., to avoid confusion. Second, the conditions, weather, lighting, noise levels, crowd density. Third, the actions you took, ask bystanders to move back 20 feet. Directed traffic away from the collapsed awning. Called 911 at 14:37. Fourth, the observations, any unusual smells, sounds, or sights, broken glass, leaking fluid, a person who appeared intoxicated. Fifth, the outcome, scene handed over to Toronto Fire Services at 14:55. No injuries reported. Avoid any language that sounds like judgment or opinion. Do not write the driver was clearly drunk, even if that's your gut feeling. Write, the driver's speech was slurred, his eyes were bloodshot, and he had difficulty standing. That factual description will carry weight with a lawyer. Similarly, avoid absolutes like everyone evacuated safely unless you personally counted heads. Write, all visible occupants exited the building, a headcount by building management confirmed 152 of 158 accounted for. Remainder reported to security after 15 minutes. Photographic evidence can be incredibly valuable, but only if it's collected properly. If your policy allows it, take wide-angle photos of the entire scene, then medium shots of specific details, then close UPS of items like a broken lock or a discarded bag. Use your own photo log to note the time, location, and subject of each image. Do not edit or filter the photos. If you write your report before receiving the photos, note that photographs were taken and will be submitted under separate cover. Remember, your report is not a diary. It's a piece of evidence. Write as if you are standing in a courtroom and every sentence will be read aloud. When you finish, read it through once with the question, would I be comfortable defending this wording in court? If the answer is no, revise. Section 6.5, After Action Reviews, Learning Without Getting Sued. The sirens fade, the scene is cleared, and the first responders have driven away. You're exhausted. The last thing you want to do is sit in a meeting and relive the chaos. But the After Action Review, AAR, is one of the most powerful tools you have for becoming a better guard, and for protecting your employer from future liability. An AAR is not a blame session. It is a structured conversation that asks for questions. What did we plan to happen? What actually happened? Why was there a difference? What can we improve? You do not need to wait for a supervisor to arrange one. You can start your own personal AAR in a notebook immediately after the incident. Jot down what felt confusing, what worked well, and what you wish you had known beforehand. Legal caution: never share detailed incident information with colleagues who were not involved. Do not post about the incident on social media or discuss it with friends. If your employer schedules a formal AAR, participate honestly but professionally. Focus on systems and processes, not on individuals. For example, the backup radio did not work, which delayed communication with the lobby is productive. The new guard didn't answer his radio is blaming and can create legal exposure if recorded. Use the AAR to update your personal emergency playbook. Did you struggle to find the main water shutoff? Add that to your walking tour checklist. Did the crowd panic because the alarm sounded in a foreign language? Recommend that your site add multilingual signage. Small changes after one incident can prevent a bigger disaster later. Finally, keep a private, professional log of every emergency you respond to, even if you're not required to. This log is for your own growth, lessons learned, mistakes acknowledged, skills improved. Over time, you will see a pattern of growth. You will move from "I was scared and froze" to "I knew exactly what to do." That transformation is what this chapter is really about: not just passing an exam, but becoming the person everyone trusts when things go wrong. Figure mind map. Create a detailed mind map for Chapter 6, Emergency Response and Scene Management. The central node is our emergency response and scene management. Branch out into 5 main branches. 1. Role in emergencies, sub-branches, fires, medical emergencies, natural disasters, each with key actions. Call 911, assess life safety, follow post orders. 2. Scene security, sub-branches, perimeter control, evidence preservation, information management, add icons for barrier tape, camera, no talk symbol. 3. Evacuation and crowd control, sub-branches, clear communication, flow management, systematic clearing, include arrows showing movement and a human icon for crowd. 4. Documentation, sub-branches, timeline, conditions, actions, observations, outcome, add a notebook icon and a caution symbol for avoid opinion. 5. After-action reviews, sub-branches, for questions, legal caution, personal log, include a reflection light bulb icon. Connect all branches back to central node. Use different colors for each branch, red for role, blue for scene, green for evacuation, orange for documentation, purple for AER. Keep text concise, single words or short phrases. Ensure the mind map is radially symmetric with clear lines. Style, clean, professional, high contrast on white background, suitable for printing in a study guide. Chapter 7, Exam Day Strategies for Peak Performance. Sections. Section 7.1, What to bring, what to leave home, and what to expect. Section 7.2, Mastering the 75-minute time limit without panic. Section 7.3, Question types decoded, scenario, recall, and legal application. Section 7.4, The elimination method, slashing wrong answers fast. Section 7.5, The simple pre-exam routine to calm your nerves. You've spent hours with the sizer, practiced your report writing, and drilled emergency scenarios until the steps feel automatic. You know the material. But knowing and performing are two different animals. An exam day has a way of rattling even the most prepared candidate. I've seen it happen. A student walks into the test center with confidence, and 20 minutes later, they're staring at a question about the use of force model, second-guessing everything they studied. The clock ticks. The pressure builds. And suddenly, the answers that seemed so clear during practice become a blur of similar-looking options. This chapter is your antidote to that panic. We'll walk through exactly what to bring, how to manage your time, how to dissect tricky questions, and how to show up mentally ready to perform. By the time you finish reading, you'll have a battle-tested game plan for exam day, one that turns anxiety into focus and confusion into clarity. Section 7.1, What to bring, what to leave home, and what to expect. Let's start with the basics, because showing up unprepared is the fastest way to add unnecessary stress to your day. You've worked too hard to let a forgotten piece of identification or a prohibited item throw you off your game. What to bring? You need 2 pieces of government-issued identification. One must have your photograph. Your driver's license and health card work perfectly. A passport is even better. Make sure the names match exactly. If your health card says Robert but your license says Bob, bring something else that ties them together, like a credit card or a birth certificate. Bring your training completion number, TCN. You should have received this after completing your ministry-approved training. If you haven't written it down somewhere safe, do that now. You'll need it to register at the test center. Bring a pen. Yes, the test is computerized, but you may want to jot down notes on the scratch paper provided. Also bring a bottle of water. Staying hydrated helps your brain function at its best. What to leave at home? Leave your phone in the car or at home. Most test centers have strict policies about electronic devices. If you bring it in, you'll be asked to turn it off and store it in a locker, and some centers may refuse entry altogether. The same goes for smartwatches, fitness trackers, and earbuds. Leave your study materials in the car. You won't be allowed to reference them during the test, and flipping through notes in the parking lot right before the exam only adds to your anxiety. Trust the preparation you've already done. What to expect? Arrive at least 30 minutes early. This gives you time to check in, use the washroom, and settle your nerves. The test center will verify your identification and TCN, take your photo for the license, and then direct you to a computer terminal. The exam is 60 multiple-choice questions. You have 75 minutes to complete it. A timer will be visible on the screen. The questions come from the official ministry syllabus, covering legal authorities, emergency procedures, communication skills, and report writing. You'll see scenario-based questions, recall questions, and legal application questions. We'll break those down in section 7.3. The test is pass-fail. You need a score of 80% or higher. That means you can get up to 12 questions wrong and still pass. Keep that number in your head, it helps put mistakes in perspective. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create a simple infographic in landscape orientation showing a checklist titled Exam Day Essentials. On the left column, list items to bring: 2 pieces of ID, TCN number, pen, water bottle. On the right column, list items to leave at home: phone, smartwatch, study notes, earbuds. Use pencil sketch style icons beside each item. The overall layout should be clean, organized, and easy to read at a glance. Section 7.2, Mastering the 75-minute time limit without panic. 75 minutes for 60 questions. That works out to just over a minute per question. If you're thinking, that's plenty of time, you're right, but only if you use it wisely. The biggest mistake I see candidates make is getting stuck on a single question. They read it, reread it, second-guess themselves, change their answer, change it back, and suddenly 10 minutes have vanished. That's 10 minutes you'll never get back, and you still have 49 questions ahead of you. Here's how to avoid that trap. Use the 2-pass method. On your first pass through the exam, answer only the questions you're confident about. The ones you know immediately. The ones that feel like a gift. Flag the others, either mentally or using the test's bookmark feature, and move on. Don't stop to agonize. Your goal on the first pass is to build momentum. Each correct answer reinforces your confidence. By the time you reach question 60, you should have answered at least 45 questions with certainty. That puts you well within the passing range, even if you get everything else wrong. Now, on your second pass, go back to the flagged questions. You have the rest of your time, roughly 30 to 35 minutes at this point, to work through the difficult ones. But here's the key, you're now working from a position of strength. You've already locked in enough correct answers to pass. You can afford to take more time on the tricky ones. Keep an eye on the clock without obsessing. Glance at the timer after every 10 questions. If you're on question 20 and you've used 20 minutes, you're right on track. If you've used 30 minutes, you need to speed up. Don't let the timer dictate your panic, but let it guide your pace. If you're truly stuck, make your best guess and move on. Eliminate the obviously wrong options, pick the best remaining answer, and let it go. You can always come back if time permits, but you can't get back the time you waste staring at a question with no clear answer. Section 7.3, Question Types Decoded, Scenario, Recall, and Legal Application. Not all exam questions are created equal. The ministry designs questions to test different levels of understanding, and recognizing the type of question you're facing is half the battle. Recall questions. These are the easiest. They test your memory of specific facts, definitions, numbers, dates, and list items. For example, what is the minimum age to work as a security guard in Ontario, or how many hours of training are required before you can write the exam? Recall questions are straightforward. If you studied, you know the answer. If you don't, your best bet is to eliminate what you know is wrong and guess. The key here is not to overthink them. Don't look for hidden meanings. The answer is exactly what you memorized. Scenario questions. These are the most common on the exam, and they're also the ones that trip people up. A scenario question describes a situation and asks you to choose the most appropriate response. For example, you are patrolling a parking lot at night. You see an individual attempting to break into a vehicle. What should you do first? The trap here is that several answers might seem reasonable. You could call the police. You could confront the individual. You could document the incident and continue patrolling. The challenge is to choose the best response based on the law and your training. For scenario questions, always ask yourself 3 things. What does the law allow me to do? What does my post orders say? What is the safest option for everyone involved? The correct answer will align with all 3. Legal application questions. These questions test your ability to apply legal concepts to specific situations. They might ask about the limits of citizen's arrest, the rules for use of force, or the conditions under which you can detain someone. For example, under the criminal code, when can a security guard make a citizen's arrest? The answer requires you to recall the exact legal conditions, that you must find the person committing an indictable offense, that you must make the arrest immediately, and that you must hand them over to police without delay. Legal application questions reward precision. Vague answers are usually wrong answers. Figure, with light background and high contrast, create a flowchart in landscape orientation titled Decoding Question Types. The flowchart has 3 main branches. Branch 1, do you recognize the fact? If yes, it's a recall question, trust your memory. If no, move to branch 2. Branch 2, is there a scenario described? If yes, check for legal limits, post orders, and safety. Branch 3, is a legal concept being applied? If yes, focus on precise conditions from the criminal code or CISA. Use clean lines, simple arrows, and a professional blue and grey color scheme. Section 7.4, the elimination method, slashing wrong answers fast. When you encounter a question that doesn't immediately make sense, the elimination method is your best friend. It's simple, effective, and it works even when you're not sure of the correct answer. Here's how it works. Step 1. Read the question carefully. Don't skim. Read every word. Look for qualifiers like always, never, except, most, or least. These words change the meaning of the question completely. If the question asks which of the following is not a requirement, and you answer as if it says which is a requirement, you've already lost. Step 2. Identify obviously wrong answers. There's almost always 1 or 2 options that are clearly incorrect. They might contradict the law, they might be unsafe, or they might just sound ridiculous. Strike them out immediately. Don't waste a second considering them. Step 3. Compare the remaining options. You're usually left with 2 or 3 plausible answers. Now you need to choose the best one. Ask yourself, which option is most consistent with the CISA? Which option prioritizes safety? Which option would a trained professional choose over an amateur? Step 4. Watch for distractors. The exam writers are skilled at creating tempting wrong answers. A distractor might use language from your study materials but apply it to the wrong context. For example, the correct answer might reference reasonable grounds, but a distractor might say, absolute certainty. If you see a word or phrase that seems slightly exaggerated or out of place, treat it with suspicion. Step 5. Commit and move on. Once you've eliminated the obviously wrong answers and selected the best remaining option, let it go. Don't second-guess yourself. Your first instinct, after applying the elimination method, is usually correct. Section 7.5. The simple pre-exam routine to calm your nerves. The exam room is quiet. The computer screen glows. Your palms are slightly sweaty. This is normal. A little bit of adrenaline helps you focus. Too much, and it becomes a problem. The goal of a pre-exam routine is to channel that adrenaline into productive energy. Here's a simple routine you can do in the 10 minutes before the test begins. First, breathe. Take 5 slow, deep breaths. In through your nose for 4 counts, hold for 4, out through your mouth for 6. This triggers your parasympathetic nervous system, the part that calms you down. Do this while you're waiting in the parking lot, or while you're sitting at the computer terminal before the test starts. Second, review your strategy. Close your eyes and mentally walk through the 2-pass method you learned in section 7.2. Remind yourself that you will skip hard questions on the first pass. Remind yourself that you can get 12 questions wrong and still pass. Remind yourself that you have prepared thoroughly and you are ready. Third, rehearse a positive outcome. Visualize yourself finishing the exam early, feeling confident, and walking out of the test center with a sense of accomplishment. This isn't woo-woo nonsense, it's a proven technique used by athletes, musicians, and performers. Your brain doesn't distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a real one. If you rehearse success, you are more likely to achieve it. Fourth, say this to yourself. I know the law. I know my boundaries. I know how to communicate under pressure. I have prepared for this, and I will pass. Repeat it if you need to. Say it in the mirror. Write it on your hand if it helps. The words matter because they reinforce the identity of someone who is ready, someone who has done the work and is now stepping into their role. Fifth, walk in with purpose. When you enter the test center, walk tall. Shoulders back. Chin up. This isn't about arrogance, it's about body language tricking your brain into feeling confident. You belong here. You've earned the right to take this exam. Now go and prove it. Figure mind map. Create a detailed mind map in landscape orientation with a central node titled Exam Day Strategies for Peak Performance. The central node branches into 5 main categories. Branch 1, what to bring or leave home with subnodes for ID, TCN, pen, water, and prohibited items like phone and smartwatch. Branch 2, 75-minute time management with subnodes for the 2-pass method, clock checks every 10 questions, and guessing strategy. Branch 3, question types with subnodes for recall, scenario, and legal application, each with 1 or 2 example tips. Branch 4, the elimination method with subnodes for reading carefully, striking obvious wrongs, comparing options, watching for distractors, and committing. Branch 5, pre-exam routine with subnodes for breathing, reviewing strategy, visualizing success, self-affirmation, and walking with purpose. Use a clean, professional color scheme with blue as the primary color and gray and white for contrast. Ensure the mind map is easy to scan with concise labels on each node. Chapter 8, Practice Exam 1, Full-Length Minister-Style Test. Sections. Section 8.1, Exam Instructions and Timekeeping Strategy. Section 8.2, 60 Multiple Choice Questions, Test A. Section 8.3, Answer Key for Immediate Feedback. Section 8.4, Detailed Rationales, Why the Right Answer Wins. Section 8.5, Performance Tracker, Identifying Your Weak Spots. You've absorbed the legal boundaries, practiced your report writing, rehearsed emergency response, and mastered your exam day mindset. Now comes the moment that transforms studying into certification. This chapter gives you a complete, 60-question practice exam that mirrors exactly what you'll see at the Ministry Test Center. Treat this as your dress rehearsal. Every question here was built from the official syllabus, the same one the Ministry of the Solicitor General uses to write the real exam. You'll face scenario-based questions on the sizer, use of force, citizen's arrest, communication, emergency procedures, and report writing. The goal isn't just to see if you can pick the right answer. It's to train your brain to think like a licensed security guard under time pressure. Before you dive in, set aside 75 uninterrupted minutes. Find a quiet space. Put your phone away. This is your arena. When you finish, the answer key and detailed rationales will show you not just what you got right, but why and where you still need work. Let's get started. Section 8.1 Exam Instructions and Timekeeping Strategy. The Real Ministry exam gives you 75 minutes to answer 60 multiple-choice questions. That works out to just over 1 minute per question. Some questions will take you 20 seconds, straightforward definitions or recall. Others will demand careful reading of a scenario and elimination of distractors. Your job is to pace yourself so you never run out of time on the tricky ones. Your time management game plan. First 10 minutes, answer every question you're confident about. Mark any uncertain ones with a mental flag. Don't linger, move fast. This gets you through roughly 15 to 20 questions. Next 50 minutes, work through the remaining questions methodically. For each scenario, read the question first, then scan the scenario for key details: who, what, where, when. Eliminate obviously wrong options. This pace should carry you through all 60. Last 15 minutes, review your flagged questions. Double-check any that involve numbers, time limits, distances, age limits. Resist the urge to change answers unless you have a clear reason. First instincts are often correct. Final 5 minutes, scan for any unanswered questions. Never leave a blank, guess if needed. There's no penalty for wrong answers. Pro tip from the field: bring a watch. The exam room clock might be behind you or out of sight. A simple digital watch keeps you in control. And don't waste time erasing heavily, just cross out answers on scratch paper if allowed. Every second counts. Now set your timer. You are about to write the first of 2 full-length exams in this book. Take a breath. You've prepared for this. Section 8.2 60 multiple-choice questions, Test A. Instructions: choose the best answer for each question. Circle your choice. Keep track of time. Question 1. Under the Private Security and Investigative Services Act, 2005, CISA, which of the following is a requirement for obtaining a security guard license? Canadian citizenship. Minimum age of 18. Completion of a 40-hour training course. A valid driver's license. Question 2. A security guard is patrolling a retail store when they witness a person conceal merchandise and walk past the last point of payment. The guard can legally arrest the person under which authority? Section 94 of the Criminal Code, Citizen's Arrest. The Trespass to Property Act. The CISA. The store's internal policy. Question 3. During a use-of-force incident, a security guard uses a level of force that is greater than what a reasonable person would consider necessary. This is an example of reasonable force, excessive force, defensive force, proportional force. Question 4. When writing an incident report, which of the following is the most important element to include? The guard's personal opinion about the suspect. A chronological sequence of events. Recommendations for disciplinary action. The suspect's full criminal history. Question 5. A security guard observes a fire in a storage closet on the 2nd floor of an office building. What is the guard's first priority? Attempt to extinguish the fire using a fire extinguisher. Evacuate all building occupants. Call the fire department. Locate the building fire plan. Question 6. Under the CISA, a security guard must wear a uniform that clearly displays their full name, their license number, the company logo, a security badge. Question 7. A guard is asked by a client to perform a task that violates the CISA. The guard should follow the client's instructions. Refuse and explain the legal restriction. Perform the task but document it. Quit immediately. Question 8. The use of force model in Ontario is based on which principle? Force must always be the first option. Force must be proportionate and reasonable. Force must be used to subdue any resistance. Force is permitted only when backup arrives. Question 9. A security guard is writing a report about a theft that occurred at 3 p.m. The guard notes that the suspect was a male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, wearing a black hoodie. Which of the 5 Ws is missing from this description? What? Where? When? Why? Question 10. During a medical emergency, a security guard should not call 911. Provide first aid only if trained. Move the victim unless they are in immediate danger. Ask bystanders for their opinion. Question 11. Under the Criminal Code, a citizen's arrest for an indictable offense can only be made if the person is found committing the offense. The person is fleeing after committing the offense. The guard has a warrant. The guard has witnessed the offense within the past 24 hours. Question 12. What is the maximum fine for an individual who works as a security guard without a valid license under the CISA? $1,000. $5,000. $15,000. $25,000. Question 13. When de-escalating a verbal confrontation, the most effective communication technique is to speak loudly to assert authority. Use open-ended questions to understand the person's concerns. Advise the person to calm down repeatedly. Threaten police involvement immediately. Question 14. A security guard is assigned to monitor a parking lot. The guard sees a person breaking into a car. The guard should approach the person and attempt a citizen's arrest. Observe, document, and call the police. Confront the person with force. Ignore the incident to avoid confrontation. Question 15. According to the CISA, a security guard's license must be renewed every 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Question 16. Which of the following actions is considered a breach of confidentiality under the CISA? Sharing incident details with a supervisor on a need-to-know basis. Discussing a client's security vulnerabilities with a friend. Releasing information to police with a warrant. Documenting an incident in the logbook. Question 17. A security guard is approached by a person who is agitated and yelling. The guard should initially yell back to match the person's volume. Take a step back and adopt a non-threatening posture. Touch the person's shoulder to get their attention. Call for backup immediately. Question 18. Under the Trespass to Property Act, a security guard can arrest anyone who is on the property. Direct a person to leave the property if they're engaged in prohibited activity. Use force to remove a person who refuses to leave. Detain a person indefinitely until police arrive. Question 19. When completing an incident report, it is best to use vivid adjectives to describe the suspect's character. Stick to observable facts and avoid speculation. Include hearsay from witnesses. Write in a narrative style with opinions. Question 20. A security guard is patrolling a construction site at night. They hear a loud noise and see a person running with what appears to be equipment. The guard's first step should be chase the person. Use a flashlight to blind the person. Call the police and provide a description. Set up a roadblock. Question 21. The term reasonable grounds in the context of a security guard's decisions means a suspicion based on a hunch. A belief based on objective facts that would lead a reasonable person to similar conclusion. A certainty proven beyond a doubt. A guess that turns out to be correct. Question 22. A security guard is required to complete continuing education hours every license term. How many hours are required? 10 hours. 20 hours. 40 hours. 50 hours. Question 23. When using handcuffs, a security guard must Apply them as tightly as possible to prevent escape. Check for proper fit and monitor the person's circulation. Place the person face down immediately. Keep them on for at least 30 minutes. Question 24. A witness tells a security guard that they saw a person stealing from a car. The guard has reasonable grounds to arrest the person. Should document the witness statement and call police. Can search the witness for evidence. Should ignore hearsay. Question 25. Under the SISA, a security guard is prohibited from using a two-way radio, wearing a badge that resembles a police badge, carrying a flashlight, writing incident reports at the scene. Question 26. During a fire evacuation, a security guard discovers a disabled person who cannot use the stairs. The guard should carry the person down the stairs alone, guide the person to a designated area of refuge and inform the fire department, leave the person and continue evacuating others, instruct the person to wait for the elevator. Question 27. A guard is called to a dispute between two tenants in a residential building. One tenant is shouting and making threats. The guard should physically separate them, attempt to calm the situation and call police if threats continue. Arrest the threatening tenant. Ignore the dispute as a landlord-tenant issue. Question 28. What is the purpose of the use of force continuum in security guard training? To provide a scale of force options that increases with the level of resistance. To justify any force used. To replace verbal de-escalation. To restrict guards from using weapons. Question 29. A security guard who fails to complete the mandatory 40-hour basic training before starting work may face a warning from the employer, a fine from the ministry, immediate license suspension, no consequences if training is completed within 30 days. Question 30. When documenting a use of force incident, the most critical detail is the guard's emotional state, the specific type and level of force used and the reason, the suspect's clothing, the time of day. Question 31. A security guard is working at a concert venue. A patron appears intoxicated and is stumbling. The guard should immediately escort the person out. Assess the person's condition and provide assistance if needed, calling for medical help if necessary. Ignore the person. Search the person for weapons. Question 32. Under the SISA, a security guard must notify the ministry of a change of address within 5 days, 14 days, 30 days, 60 days. Question 33. Which of the following is an example of a prohibited use of force by a security guard? Using a chokehold to restrain a person. Using a verbal command to stop. Using an open hand push to create distance. Using handcuffs to detain a person. Question 34. A guard is reviewing a report from a colleague that contains the sentence, "The suspect appeared nervous and kept looking around." This statement is an objective observation, a subjective interpretation, a factual description, an irrelevant detail. Question 35. The Private Security and Investigative Services Act, 2005 came into effect to regulate the private security industry and set standards for training and licensing. Allow security guards to carry firearms. Replace the criminal code. Establish a national security force. Question 36. When a security guard is required to use force, they must stop applying force as soon as the person submits. The guard feels they are safe. The person stops resisting. The police arrive. Question 37. A security guard is asked to sign a statement that they know is false. The guard should sign it and later correct it. Refuse to sign and report the request to their supervisor. Sign it if the client insists. Ignore the request. Question 38. What is the minimum age to hold a security guard license in Ontario? 16, 18, 19, 21. Question 39. During a bomb threat, the security guard's primary role is to search for the device, evacuate the area safely and assist emergency services, disable the device, interview the caller. Question 40. A security guard is patrolling and finds an unattended bag in a crowded area. The guard should open the bag to check its contents, secure the area and call the police, move the bag to a safer location, ignore it if it seems harmless. Question 41. Under the SISA, a security guard is permitted to carry handcuffs if they have completed a use of force training that includes handcuffing. They are over 6 feet tall. They work in a high crime area. They have permission from their employer. Question 42. A guard witnesses a shoplifter conceal an item and then leave the store without paying. The guard arrests the person outside the store. This arrest is lawful under citizen's arrest for a summary conviction offense. Lawful because the guard witnessed the theft. Unlawful because the person was no longer on the premises. Unlawful because the guard did not have a warrant. Question 43. What should a security guard do if they are injured during an incident? Continue working until the end of shift. Report the injury immediately and seek medical attention. Treat the injury themselves. Wait until the next day to report. Question 44. The term duty of care in security means the guard is responsible for all legal costs. The guard must take reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable harm to others. The guard must always act in self-interest. The guard has no legal obligations. Question 45. A security guard can legally search a person's bag without consent if the person is acting suspiciously. The guard has reasonable grounds that the person is carrying a weapon. The guard asks permission. The person is a visitor to the property. Question 46. When writing an incident report, the guard should avoid using the first person, I saw, abbreviations and jargon, the date and time, witness names. Question 47. A security guard is stationed at a hospital emergency room. A patient becomes combative. The guard should physically restrain the patient immediately. Call for hospital security or police and attempt de-escalation. Spray the patient with pepper spray. Leave the area. Question 48. Under the SISA, a security guard's uniform must not include a shoulder patch with the company name, a badge that says security, a badge that says police or imitation police insignia, a name tag. Question 49. A guard is told by a supervisor to falsify an incident report to protect the company. The guard should follow the instruction and hope for the best. Refuse and document the instruction. Report the supervisor to the ministry. Quit immediately after. Question 50. Which of the following is a key step in the safe de-escalation model? Shout commands. Step in quickly. Assess the situation. Engage physically. Question 51. A security guard is required to keep a daily log. The log should include personal thoughts about the shift, significant incidents, patrols, and observations, the guard's lunch break times, the names of all visitors. Question 52. Under the Criminal Code, a person who is being arrested by a security guard has the right to resist the arrest, be informed of the reason for the arrest, use force against the guard, ignore the arrest. Question 53. A guard is performing a patrol and notices a fire extinguisher that has a broken seal. The guard should ignore it if the building is secure. Report it to the supervisor and tag it as out of service. Attempt to repair it. Replace it immediately. Question 54. What is the maximum number of use of force incidents a guard can be involved in per shift? 1. 2. There is no set limit. 3. Question 55. A security guard's authority to use force is derived from the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Criminal Code and Common Law, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Employment Standards Act. Question 56. When a security guard is required to write a report on an incident that involved the police, the guard should wait for the police report before writing. Write their own independent report based on their memory. Copy the police report. Write a brief summary only. Question 57. A guard is called to a noise complaint in a hotel room. The occupant is cooperative and turns down the music. The guard should issue a written warning. Document the incident and close the call. Arrest the occupant for disturbing the peace. Call the police. Question 58. Under the SISA, a security guard must complete a renewal application at least how many days before the license expiry? 7 days. 14 days. 30 days. 60 days. Question 59. A security guard is approached by a person who claims to be a police officer but is not wearing a uniform. The guard should immediately comply with all requests. Ask for identification and verify the person's identity. Ignore the person. Detain the person for impersonating a police officer. Question 60. The best way to prepare for scenario-based questions on the exam is to memorize the SISA verbatim. Practice applying the law to real-life situations. Focus only on definitions. Study only the use of force model. Section 8.3, Answer key for immediate feedback. Question answer question answer question answer question answer. Section 8.4, Detailed rationales, why the right answer wins. Question 1, Answer B. Rationale, the SISA requires a security guard license applicant to be at least 18 years old. Canadian citizenship is not required, permanent residents may apply. The 40-hour training is mandatory before exam, not a requirement to obtain license. A driver's license is not a universal requirement unless the job specifically demands driving. Question 2, Answer A. Rationale, Section 494 of the Criminal Code allows a citizen, including a security guard, to arrest a person found committing an indictable offense, which includes theft. The Trespass to Property Act deals with property rights, not arrest powers. The SISA does not provide arrest authority, it regulates licensing. Store policy cannot override criminal law. Question 3, Answer B. Rationale, excessive force is force that is beyond what is reasonable and necessary in the circumstances. The use of force model emphasizes proportionality. Option A, reasonable force, is the opposite. C and D are not standard terms in this context. Question 4, Answer B. Rationale, an incident report must be factual and chronological. Including a sequence of events allows readers to understand what happened. Personal opinions, A, and recommendations, C, are subjective and can undermine the report's credibility. The suspect's full criminal history, D, is not usually relevant to the single incident. Question 5, Answer B. Rationale, the primary duty of a security guard during a fire is to protect life. Evacuating occupants is the first priority. Attempting to extinguish a fire, A, is secondary and should only be done if trained and if the fire is small. Calling the fire department, C, is important but comes after ensuring people are safe. Locating the fire plan, D, is part of preparation, not immediate action. Question 6, answer B. Rationale: the CISA requires that a security guard's uniform display their license number. This allows the public and authorities to identify the guard. Full name, A, is not required. The company logo, C, is common but not mandated. A security badge, D, may be present but the license number is the legal requirement. Question 7, answer B. Rationale: a security guard must never violate the law, even if a client requests it. The correct response is to refuse politely and explain the legal boundary. Following instructions, A, could lead to legal consequences. Performing the task and documenting, C, does not protect the guard. Quitting, D, is an extreme response better left as a last resort. Question 8, answer B. Rationale: the use of force model is built on the principle that any force used must be proportionate to the threat and reasonable in the circumstances. Option A is wrong because de-escalation should always be attempted first. C is incorrect because force is not automatic. D is incorrect because backup may not be available. Question 9, answer D. Rationale: the 5 Ws are who, what, where, when, and why. The description provides who, male, 5 feet 10 inches, black hoodie, what, theft, where, implicitly at the scene, when, 3 p.m. The missing why would explain the motive or cause, which is not required in a factual report. However, the question asks which is missing from the description. The why is not given. Actually, careful, the description includes height, clothing, etc., but not the reason for the theft. So answer D is correct. Question 10, answer D. Rationale: a security guard should not ask bystanders for their opinion in a medical emergency. They should focus on calling 911, providing first aid if trained, and keeping the victim stable unless immediate danger exists, e.g., fire. Opinions from bystanders are not helpful and can cause confusion. Question 11, answer A. Rationale: Section 494(1) of the Criminal Code allows a citizen's arrest if the person is found committing an indictable offense. For summary offenses, the guard must also witness the offense. Option B, fleeing, is not enough. The guard must have personally seen the offense. Warrants are not involved, and the 24-hour rule does not apply. Question 12, answer D. Rationale: under the CISA, an individual found working without a valid license can be fined up to $25,000. This is a stiff penalty to deter unlicensed practice. Options A, B, and C are lower amounts that apply to other violations, e.g., failure to wear uniform. Question 13, answer B. Rationale: open-ended questions help the other person feel heard and reduce tension. Speaking loudly, A, can escalate. Repeatedly telling someone to calm down, C, often has the opposite effect. Threatening police, D, may be necessary if the situation is dangerous, but it's not a de-escalation technique. Question 14, answer B. Rationale: the guard's role is observation and reporting. Unless there is an immediate threat to life, the guard should avoid confrontation and call police. Citizen's arrest, A, may be possible but is risky. The guard must consider safety. Approaching with force, C, is unwarranted. Ignoring, D, is neglect of duty. Question 15, answer B. Rationale: a security guard license in Ontario must be renewed every 2 years. This is specified in the CISA regulations. Options A, C, and D are incorrect. Question 16, answer B. Rationale: discussing a client's security vulnerabilities with a friend is a breach of confidentiality because the information is shared without a need to know or legal authority. Sharing with a supervisor, A, is permissible. Releasing to police with a warrant, C, is required by law. Documenting in the logbook, D, is proper record keeping. Question 17, answer B. Rationale: to de-escalate, the guard should create physical space and use a non-threatening posture. Yelling back, A, escalates. Touching, C, may be perceived as aggressive. Calling for backup, D, may be necessary but is not the first step. The guard should first try to calm the person. Question 18, answer B. Rationale: the Trespass to Property Act allows a security guard to direct a person to leave if they're engaged in prohibited activity, e.g., trespassing, vandalism. The guard cannot arrest, A, under this act. Force, C, is not authorized. If the person refuses to leave, police must be called. Detention, D, for an indefinite period is unlawful. Question 19, answer B. Rationale: a professional incident report sticks to observable facts, what the guard saw, heard, and did. Vivid adjectives, A, are subjective. Hearsay, C, is unreliable. Narrative style with opinions, D, makes the report less objective. Question 20, answer C. Rationale: the guard's primary duty is to call police and provide a description for officer safety. Chasing, A, could put the guard in danger. Using a flashlight to blind, B, may escalate. Setting up a roadblock, D, is beyond a guard's authority and dangerous. Question 21, answer B. Rationale: reasonable grounds is a legal standard meaning that a reasonable person, based on the same objective facts, would come to the same conclusion. It is more than a hunch, A, but less than certainty, C. Guesswork, D, is not acceptable. Question 22, answer A. Rationale: security guards must complete 10 hours of continuing education every 2-year license term. This includes topics such as use of force, diversity, and legal updates. Options B, C, and D are higher than the actual requirement. Question 23, answer B. Rationale: handcuffs must be applied properly to avoid injury. Checking fit and monitoring circulation is critical. Applying too tightly, A, can cause nerve damage. Placing face down immediately, C, is not required and can be dangerous. Leaving them on for a set time, D, is not a rule, they should be removed as soon as safe. Question 24, answer B. Rationale: a witness statement provides information but does not give the guard reasonable grounds to arrest because the guard did not personally observe the theft. The guard should document the statement and call police. Searching the witness, C, is not permitted. Ignoring D would be neglectful. Question 25, answer B. Rationale: the CISA explicitly prohibits security guards from wearing badges that resemble police badges. This is to avoid confusion with law enforcement. Two-way radios, A, and flashlights, C, are standard equipment. Writing reports on scene, D, is normal. Question 26, answer B. Rationale: in a fire, a disabled person who cannot use stairs should be taken to a designated area of refuge, e.g., a fire-rated stairwell landing, and the fire department should be informed of their location. Carrying them alone, A, is unsafe. Leaving them, C, is unacceptable. Using an elevator, D, is dangerous during a fire. Question 27, answer B. Rationale: the guard should attempt de-escalation and, if threats continue, call police. Physically separating, A, without proper training may cause injury. Arrest, C, is not appropriate for a verbal dispute without a criminal offense. Ignoring ED could allow the situation to escalate. Question 28, answer A. Rationale: the use of force continuum provides a scale of force options that increases as the subject's resistance increases. It is a training tool to help guards choose appropriate force. It does not justify any force, B. It does not replace de-escalation, C. It does not restrict weapons, D. It guides their use. Question 29, answer B. Rationale: failure to complete the mandatory 40-hour basic training before starting work is a violation of the CISA and can result in a fine from the ministry. The employer may also face penalties. License suspension, C, usually occurs after repeated violations. No consequences, D, is false. Question 30, answer B. Rationale: the most critical detail in a use of force report is the specific type and level of force used, e.g., open hand strike, handcuffs, and the justification, why it was necessary. Emotional state, A, is subjective. Clothing, C, and time, D, are less important. Question 31, answer B. Rationale: the guard should first assess the person's condition as they may be experiencing a medical emergency, e.g., alcohol poisoning, diabetic episode. Immediate removal, A, without assessment could be dangerous. Ignoring, C, is neglect. Searching, ED, without reasonable suspicion is a violation. Question 32, answer B. Rationale: the sizer requires a guard to notify the ministry of a change of address within 14 days. This ensures records are up to date. Options A, C, and D are incorrect. Question 33, answer A. Rationale: a chokehold is a prohibited use of force under the sizer because it can cause death or serious injury. Verbal commands, B, open hand pushes, C, and handcuffs, D, are permitted when used appropriately and after proper training. Question 34, answer B. Rationale: appeared nervous is a subjective interpretation. The guard cannot know the suspect's internal state. An objective observation would be the suspect looked around repeatedly. This is a common mistake in report writing. Question 35, answer A. Rationale: the sizer was enacted to regulate the private security industry, ensuring uniform training, licensing, and accountability. It did not allow firearms, B, that is tightly controlled. It did not replace the criminal code, C, it complements it. It is provincial, not national, D. Question 36, answer C. Rationale: force must stop as soon as the subject stops resisting. Continuing after compliance is excessive. Submission, A, is a narrower condition, the key is cessation of resistance. Feeling safe, B, is subjective. Police arrival, D, is not necessarily the end, force may be needed until police are in control. Question 37, answer B. Rationale: a guard should never sign a false statement. Refusing and reporting to a supervisor is the correct course. Signing and later correcting, A, is dishonest. Signing because the client insists, C, is unethical. Ignoring, D, is avoidance, documentation is needed. Question 38, answer B. Rationale: the minimum age for a security guard license in Ontario is 18. Options A, 16, is too young, C, 19, and D, 21, are higher than required. Question 39, answer B. Rationale: during a bomb threat, the guard's role is to evacuate the area safely and assist emergency services. Guards are not trained to search for or disable devices, A, C. Interviewing the caller, D, is a police function. Question 40, answer B. Rationale: an unattended bag in a crowded area is a potential security threat. The guard should secure the area, keep people away, and call police. Opening the bag, A, could be dangerous. Moving it, C, can also be risky. Ignoring, D, is negligent. Question 41, answer A. Rationale: under the sizer, a security guard may only carry handcuffs if they have completed a use of force training course that includes handcuffing techniques. Physical size, B, is irrelevant. High crime area, C, does not grant permission without training. Employer permission, D, is insufficient without training. Question 42, answer A. Rationale: the theft of merchandise under $5,000 is a summary conviction offense, theft under. Section 494 allows a citizen's arrest for a summary conviction offense only if the person is found committing the offense and the arrest is made immediately. The guard witnessed the theft and arrested right after the person exited, this is lawful. Option B is true but too broad. Option C is false because the arrest can occur outside the premises if the guard saw the offense and acted promptly. Option D is wrong because a warrant is not needed for a citizen's arrest. Question 43, answer B. Rationale: the guard must report any injury immediately and seek medical attention. Delaying treatment, A, D, can worsen the injury. Self-treatment, C, is not advisable. Professional care should be sought. Question 44, answer B. Rationale: duty of care is a legal obligation to take reasonable steps to protect others from foreseeable harm. It applies to security guards in their interactions with the public. Options A, C, and D misrepresent the concept. Question 45, answer B. Rationale: a security guard can search a person's bag without consent only if they have reasonable grounds to believe the person is carrying a weapon that poses an imminent threat. Mere suspicion, A, is not enough. Asking permission, C, is always a good idea but without consent, the search may be unlawful. Visits, D, do not automatically permit search. Question 46, answer B. Rationale: incident reports should avoid abbreviations and jargon to ensure clarity for anyone who reads them, e.g., lawyers, supervisors, police. First person, A, is acceptable. Date, time, C, and witness names, D, are essential. Question 47, answer B. Rationale: the guard should try to de-escalate the situation verbally and call for additional security or police. Immediate physical restraint, A, may be necessary if the patient is a danger to themselves or others, but it should not be the first step. Pepper spray, C, is generally not recommended in a hospital setting. Leaving, D, is abandoning duty. Question 48, answer C. Rationale: the sizer prohibits security guard uniforms from including badges that say police or that imitate police insignia. Company patches, A, security badges, B, and name tags, D, are allowed. Question 49, answer B. Rationale: the guard should refuse to falsify the report and document the instruction, preferably in writing, to protect themselves. Reporting to the ministry, C, may be necessary if the supervisor persists, but the first step is refusal. Quitting immediately, D, is a personal decision but not the only professional response. Question 50, answer C. Rationale: the SAFE model stands for stop, assess, find, execute or similar variants. Assess the situation is a key step before acting. Shouting, A, stepping in quickly, B, and engaging physically, D, are not part of the SAFE model. Question 51, answer B. Rationale: a daily log should record significant incidents, patrols, and observations relevant to security. Personal thoughts, A, are subjective. Lunch break times, C, are not security relevant. Names of all visitors, D, would be impractical unless required by policy. Question 52, answer B. Rationale: under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, any person being arrested has the right to be informed promptly of the reason for the arrest. Resisting, A, could lead to additional charges. Using force, C, is not a right. Ignoring, D, may result in lawful force being used. Question 53, answer B. Rationale: a broken seal on a fire extinguisher indicates it may have been tampered with or used. The guard should report it and tag it out of service so it can be inspected or replaced. Ignoring, A, is negligent. Repairing, C, is not the guard's role. Replacing, D, may be beyond their authority. Question 54, answer C. Rationale: there is no set limit on the number of use of force incidents a guard can be involved in per shift. However, each incident must be individually justified. Options A, B, D are arbitrary. Question 55, answer B. Rationale: a security guard's authority to use force comes from the criminal code, self-defense, defense of others, citizen's arrest, and common law. The Occupational Health and Safety Act, A, deals with workplace safety, not force. The Charter, C, protects rights. The Employment Standards Act, D, deals with labor conditions. Question 56, answer B. Rationale: the guard should write their own independent report based on their own observations and actions, not wait for A, or copy C, the police report. A brief summary, D, may omit important details. Question 57, answer B. Rationale: since the occupant cooperated, the guard should document the incident and close the call. Issuing a written warning, A, is not required if the issue is resolved. Arrest, C, is unwarranted. Calling police, D, is unnecessary unless the disturbance continues. Question 58, answer C. Rationale: the CISA requires that a renewal application be submitted at least 30 days before license expiry to allow for processing. Options A and B are too short, D is longer than needed. Question 59, answer B. Rationale: the guard should always verify identification before accepting someone's claim to be a police officer. Even uniformed officers can be asked for their badge number. Immediate compliance, A, could lead to impersonation. Ignoring, C, is unprofessional. Detaining, D, is not the guard's role unless the person is committing an offense. Question 60, answer B. Rationale: scenario-based questions test application, not rote memorization. Practicing with real-life situations builds the mental muscles needed to interpret facts and choose the correct legal response. Memorizing, A, is less effective without application. Focusing only on definitions, C, or the use of force model, D, leaves gaps. Section 8.5, Performance Tracker, identifying your weak spots. Use the table below to record which questions you answered correctly and which ones you missed. Then tally your performance by topic. This will tell you exactly where to focus your remaining study time. Topic: question numbers, number correct, total question score, %. How to use this tracker? After scoring your exam, go through each question and mark a check for correct and X for incorrect. For each topic row, add up the number of correct answers. Divide that number by the total questions in that topic and multiply by 100 to get your percentage. Focus your future study on topics where you scored below 70%. Revisit the relevant chapters in this book for those topics. For example, if you missed multiple questions on use of force, reread Chapter 3. If you struggled with report writing, review Chapter 4. This isn't about getting a perfect score today. It's about identifying gaps so you can close them before test day. No one fails the exam because they got a practice test wrong. They fail because they didn't learn from their mistakes. Use this tracker as your roadmap to mastery. Figure Mind Map, a visually rich mind map for Chapter 8 Practice Exam 1. The central node is a large, glowing icon of a shield with a checkmark inside, labeled Practice Exam 1, Full-Length Minister-Style Test. From the center, 6 main branches radiate outward, each with a distinct color and icon. Branch 1, Blue Exam Instructions and Time Strategy with sub-branches, 75-minute timer, pacing, 10-50-15-5, watch reminder, skip and return. Branch 2, Green A Test A, 60 questions with sub-branches, CISA, Criminal Code, Use of Force, Report Writing, Emergency, De-Escalation, Ethics. Branch 3, Orange Answer Keyed with sub-branches, Quick Reference Table, Check Answers. Branch 4, Purple's Detailed Rationales with sub-branches, Why Right Wins, Why Distractor Wrong, Legal Foundation. Branch 5, Red Performance Tracker with sub-branches, Topic-Based Scores, Identify Weak Spots, Study Plan. Branch 6, Yellow Next Steps with sub-branches, Revisit Chapters, Practice Exam 2, Book Exam. The style is clean, modern, with gradient backgrounds and flat icons. Lighting is even, with soft shadows to create depth. The mind map is centered on a light cream background with subtle grid lines for print friendliness. All text is in English, Canadian, no typos. High contrast for readability. Landscape orientation. AI-generated prompt for high-quality diagram. Extra detailed, include numbered question count, 60, as a badge on the central node, and a small gear icon on the time strategy branch to indicate precision. Composition, radial tree layout with curved connector lines. No decorative elements that distract from content. Chapter 9, Practice Exam 2, Advanced Scenario Challenge. Sections. Section 9.1, Exam Instructions and Timekeeping Strategy. Section 9.2, 60 Multiple Choice Questions, Test B. Section 9.3, Answer Key for Immediate Feedback. Section 9.4, Detailed Rationales, Deeper Dive into Tricky Distractors. Section 9.5, Final Progress Check, Are you exam ready? You've already stepped through the dress rehearsal. You know the layout of a minister-style test, you felt the pressure of 60 questions, and you've reviewed the rationales that turned your weak spots into strengths. Now it's time to raise the bar. This second practice exam is built differently. It's not harder for the sake of being hard. It's more layered. The scenarios here mirror the kind of curveballs the Real Ministry exam throws at you, questions where two answers seem right, where a single word changes everything, where the law and your gut disagree. Success here isn't about memorizing facts. It's about applying principles under pressure. By the time you finish this chapter, you'll know exactly where you stand. More importantly, you'll know how to close any remaining gaps before exam day. Section 9.1, Exam Instructions and Timekeeping Strategy. Before you dive into Test B, let's set some ground rules. These aren't suggestions, they're the same protocols you'll follow at the actual drive test center. The setup, you have 75 minutes to complete 60 multiple choice questions. That gives you just over 1 minute per question. But not every question takes the same time. Some you'll answer in 10 seconds. Others require deliberate reading and elimination. Your time strategy needs to flex with the question, not fight it. The method, start by skimming the entire exam. Yes, you can do that. Flip through the pages, or scroll if digital, and note which sections feel dense. Then begin with the questions you know cold. This builds momentum and confidence. Flag any question that makes you pause, and come back to it after you've banked the easy points. The pace, check your time after every 15 questions. If you're at 18 minutes or less per block, you're on track. If you're slower, speed up on the next block. Never spend more than 2 minutes on a single question. If you're stuck, make your best guess, mark it, and move on. A guessed answer is better than no answer. The mindset, this is a simulated environment. No distractions. No phone. No notes. Set a timer and commit to finishing in 75 minutes. Treat every wrong answer as a learning gift, not a failure. You're here to train your brain, not just to test it. Ready? Take a deep breath. Let's begin. Section 9.2, 60 Multiple Choice Questions, Test B. Instructions, choose the single best answer for each question. Mark your answer clearly. After completing all 60 questions, move to Section 9.3 for the answer key. 1. You are working a night shift at a retail plaza when you observe a person climbing over the back fence after hours. The property is clearly marked with no trespassing signs. The person is not carrying any visible merchandise. Under the Trespass to Property Act, which action is most appropriate? Arrest the person for trespassing immediately. Contact the police and await their arrival while observing from a safe distance. Confront the person and issue a verbal trespass notice. Detain the person until police arrive. 2. During a routine patrol of a parking garage, you notice a vehicle with its engine running and a person asleep in the driver's seat. The garage is private property. The vehicle is not blocking traffic. What is your first priority? Wake the person and ask them to move the vehicle. Check the person's breathing and responsiveness for medical distress. Call the police to report a possible impaired driver. Photograph the vehicle and note the license plate for your report. 3. A security guard receives a written request from an employer to access the guard's personal social media account as part of a workplace investigation. Under the CISA, which statement is correct? The guard must comply or face disciplinary action. The guard may refuse if it violates their privacy rights under PIPEDA. The employer has the right to view any public-facing posts only. The guard must provide the information only if it relates to a criminal matter. 4. You are patrolling a hospital emergency department. A patient becomes agitated and begins swinging their arms, making contact with a nurse. The nurse is unhurt but visibly shaken. Using the use of force model, which level of intervention is justified at this moment? Presence and verbal de-escalation. Physical control and handcuffing. Lethal force. Passive resistance techniques. 5. Which of the following statements about a security guard's authority to conduct a citizen's arrest is true? A citizen's arrest can be made for any indictable offense observed by the guard. A citizen's arrest can only be made if the guard has a warrant. A citizen's arrest is legal only if the guard is in uniform. A citizen's arrest requires the guard to read the person their rights immediately. 6. You are completing an incident report about a theft that occurred in a store. The suspect fled before police arrived. Which of the following details is the least important to include? The suspect's approximate height and clothing description. The exact time of the incident. The name of the store manager on duty. The color of the suspect's shoes. 7. During a fire alarm evacuation, a tenant refuses to leave their office, stating they are waiting for an important phone call. You have already informed them of the alarm. What is your best course of action? Physically remove the tenant from the office. Document the tenant's refusal and continue evacuating others. Call the fire department and report the tenant. Wait with the tenant until the call ends. 8. A security guard is working at a concert venue. A ticket holder becomes verbally aggressive after being denied entry due to an expired ID. The guard asks the person to leave. The person refuses. Under the CISA, the guard may use reasonable force to remove the person. Detain the person until police arrive. Issue a provincial offense notice for trespassing. Both A and B, depending on the circumstances. 9. You are the first security guard on scene at a workplace accident where a piece of machinery has fallen on a worker's leg. The worker is conscious but in significant pain. The scene is unstable, more equipment could shift. What is your immediate action? Move the machinery off the worker's leg. Secure the area and call 911. Apply a tourniquet to the leg. Interview witnesses before they leave. 10. A colleague confides in you that another guard has been falsifying patrol logs to shorten their shifts. You have seen evidence of this. Under the CISA Code of Conduct, you should ignore it, it's not your responsibility. Report the misconduct to your supervisor or the private investigator's licensing body. Confront the guard directly and threaten to report them. Document the evidence for your own protection. 11. Which of the following best describes the term reasonable grounds in the context of a security guard's decision to detain someone? A strong feeling based on intuition. Objective facts and circumstances that would lead a reasonable person to believe an offense has occurred. A verbal admission of guilt from the suspect. A witness statement that has not been verified. 12. You are writing an incident report about a slip and fall in a grocery store. The customer insists they slipped on a wet floor, but you saw no sign of liquid. The store's cleaning log shows the floor was mopped 30 minutes before the incident. How should you document this? State that the customer is lying and the floor was dry. Note the absence of visible liquid, include the cleaning log entry, and record the customer's statement verbatim. Omit the discrepancy to avoid legal liability. Attach only the cleaning log and leave out the customer's version. 13. A security guard is assigned to monitor a construction site overnight. The guard notices a person cutting the chain link fence. The person is not on the property yet. At this point, what offense may the guard have grounds to believe is occurring? Trespassing. Possession of burglary tools. Attempted theft. Mischief to property. 14. During a use of force training session, your instructor emphasizes that physical intervention should always be the last resort. Which principle of the use of force model does this directly reflect? The principle of proportionality. The principle of benefit versus harm. The principle of reasonable necessity. The principle of lawful authority. 15. You are working a special event and need to check bags at the entrance. A guest refuses to allow their bag to be searched, citing their charter rights. Which response is most appropriate? Inform the guest that refusal means they cannot enter the event. Call police to force the search. Explain that charter rights do not apply to private property with posted conditions of entry. Allow the guest to enter without a search to avoid confrontation. 16. A security guard witnesses two people arguing loudly in a hallway of an office building. The argument escalates, and one person shoves the other. The person who was shoved does not retaliate. The guard is across the hall, about 10 meters away. Which action is most appropriate? Immediately use physical control to separate them. Call out loudly to stop the behavior and approach cautiously while alerting dispatch. Wait to see if the shoved person retaliates. Document the incident and report it after the shift. 17. You are reviewing a fellow guard's report. The report states, the suspect was acting suspiciously and looked like he was going to steal something. Which criticism applies to this statement? It is too detailed. It includes an opinion rather than objective facts. It uses passive voice. It omits the suspect's name. 18. What is the maximum fine for an individual convicted of acting as a security guard without a valid license under the CISA? $5,000. $10,000. $25,000. $50,000. 19. You are working at a bank when a robbery alarm is triggered. The suspect has already fled the building. The police arrive within 3 minutes. You have a clear description of the suspect and the direction they ran. What is your primary role at this point? Attempt to chase the suspect on foot. Provide the police with your description and secure the immediate area for witnesses. Lock the bank doors to prevent further entry. Start writing your report immediately. 20. A guard is asked by a client to perform a task that is outside the scope of their duties under the CISA, such as conducting a private investigation without a license. The guard should comply because the client is paying for the service. Refuse and explain the legal restrictions. Complete the task but not document it. Do it only if the client signs a waiver. 21. Which of the following is an example of active listening during a de-escalation conversation? Nodding while thinking about your next point. Repeating the person's key concerns back to them to confirm understanding. Speaking louder to match the person's volume. Maintaining eye contact without speaking. 22. A guard is patrolling a shopping mall when they smell natural gas near a restaurant. The restaurant is closed. What should the guard do first? Enter the restaurant to investigate the source. Evacuate nearby customers and call the fire department. Open a window to ventilate the area. Call the gas company directly. 23. Under the CISA, which of the following records must a licensed security guard maintain and make available for inspection upon request by a ministry inspector? Personal diary of daily activities. A daily log of all occurrences and patrols. A list of all law enforcement contacts. Copies of all signed waivers from clients. 24. You are called to a scene where a tenant has locked themselves in a maintenance room and refuses to come out. The tenant is not threatening self-harm, but they are shouting. There is no immediate danger. What is the most appropriate initial approach? Break the door down. Call the police and let them handle it. Attempt verbal communication through the door to de-escalate. Wait silently until the tenant comes out on their own. 25. A security guard finishes their shift and realizes they forgot to record a minor incident, a lost key found and returned, in their daily log. The guard decides to add the entry the next day. Which statement is true? This is acceptable as long as the entry is accurate. This violates the requirement to record incidents in real time. This is only a problem if the key is not returned. The guard can backdate the entry without issue. 26. During an evacuation for a bomb threat, a crowd of people is panicking near the main exit. You notice a secondary exit that is clear. What should you do? Shout for everyone to follow you to the secondary exit. Use your radio to direct security personnel to guide people to the secondary exit. Stay near the main exit to help those who are panicking. Evacuate yourself first and let others follow. 27. A security guard is providing testimony in court about an incident they witnessed. The defense lawyer asks if the guard discussed the incident with anyone before testifying. Which response is most professional? I discussed it with my supervisor to prepare. No, I kept it to myself. I only talked about it with the police. I prefer not to answer that question. 28. You observe a person in a parking lot trying the door handles of multiple cars. They are not in a vehicle of their own. They see you watching and start walking away. What is your most appropriate action? Detain the person for attempted theft. Approach and ask if they need assistance. Note their behavior. Call the police immediately. Photograph the person and follow them at a distance. 29. Which of the following best describes the difference between a private place and a public place under the Trespass to Property Act? A private place has locked doors, a public place does not. A private place is any location where entry is prohibited by a sign, a public place is open to everyone. A private place includes indoor areas, a public place is outdoors. A private place requires express permission to enter, a public place may be entered without permission unless prohibited. 30. You are working at a concert and a patron is visibly intoxicated, stumbling, and slurring words. They have not caused any disturbance. According to the Liquor License Act and your duty of care, you should allow them to stay as long as they don't cause problems. Remove them from the premises for their own safety. Offer them water and let them sit down. Call an ambulance for intoxication. 31. A guard is assigned to a construction site where workers are required to wear hard hats. A worker refuses to put on a hard hat, stating it's uncomfortable. The guard has authority to issue a verbal warning and report the incident to the site supervisor. Physically force the worker to wear the hat. Fine the worker on the spot. Do nothing because safety equipment is the employer's responsibility. 32. Your supervisor asks you to lose a report that documents a minor incident involving a VIP client. The client has complained about the visibility of the incident. What should you do? Destroy the report as requested. Refuse and document the request in writing. Modify the report to remove the client's name. Comply but keep a personal copy. 33. Which of the following is a requirement for displaying your security guard license while on duty in Ontario? It must be worn on the outer clothing in a visible location. It must be carried in a wallet and shown upon request. It must be kept in a locked office. It must be displayed only when interacting with the public. 34. During a fire drill, a visitor tries to use the elevator despite clear signage stating not to. The visitor is elderly and appears confused. How should you handle this? Let them use the elevator since they are elderly. Firmly explain the danger and guide them to the nearest stairwell. Call the fire department for assistance. Escort them out of the building using the elevator yourself. 35. A security guard working at a residential complex hears a loud argument from a unit. The argument sounds physical. The guard knocks and a woman answers with a bruised face. She says everything is fine. What should the guard do? Accept her answer and leave. Contact the police and stay with the woman until they arrive. Enter the unit to check on the other person. Document the incident but take no further action. 36. Under the Criminal Code, what is the key difference between assault and assault causing bodily harm? Assault requires physical contact, assault causing bodily harm does not. Assault causing bodily harm involves an injury that interferes with health or comfort. Assault is an indictable offense, assault causing bodily harm is summary. Assault causing bodily harm requires a weapon. 37. A guard is conducting a patrol of a warehouse and finds a door unlocked that should be secure. The guard locks the door and notes it in the log. Later, a coworker unlocks the same door for a delivery and forgets to relock it. The guard's next patrol finds the door unlocked again. What is the most appropriate next step? Lock the door again and note the pattern in the log. Leave a note on the door reminding coworkers to lock it. Report the recurring issue to the supervisor for a process change. Both A and C. 38. You are the only guard on duty at a small retail store when a customer collapses and stops breathing. You have first aid training. Your primary action should be: call 911 and begin CPR. Check the patient's pulse and wait for paramedics. Find the store manager and ask for permission to help. Move the patient to a more comfortable position. 39. A security guard is approached by a journalist who asks for details about a recent incident at the site. The guard should provide the information since the incident is now public knowledge. Decline to comment and refer the journalist to the company's public relations department. Give a general statement without specific details. Ask the journalist to leave the property. 40. During a use of force incident, a guard uses a level of force that is later deemed excessive by a supervisor. Which of the following could be a consequence for the guard? Verbal warning only. Suspension or revocation of their license. Criminal charges for assault. Both B and C. 41. You are writing an incident report about a theft that was caught on CCTV. The footage clearly shows the suspect's face. Which of the following is the most objective way to describe the theft in your report? The suspect stole a wallet from the shelf at 14:30. The footage shows the individual picking up a wallet, placing it in their pocket, and leaving the store without paying at 14:30. The suspect looked around nervously before taking the wallet. CCTV confirms the suspect is guilty of theft. 42. A guard is working a night shift alone at a remote facility. The guard hears a loud crash from inside the building. The crash appears to come from the storage area. What should the guard do? Immediately enter the storage area to investigate. Call for backup or police, then proceed with caution using proper lighting. Turn off all lights and wait silently. Ignore the noise, it's likely an animal. 43. Under the sizer, what is the maximum length of time a security guard can detain a person before police arrive, if the guard has made a lawful citizen's arrest? 15 minutes. 30 minutes. A reasonable amount of time necessary to deliver the person to police. The guard cannot detain, only police can. 44. You are performing a vehicle patrol of a parking lot. You notice a person sitting in a car with the engine off, holding a phone. The person appears to be watching the building. This is the third time this week you've seen the same vehicle in a different location but at the same time. What is your best course of action? Approach the vehicle and ask what they are doing. Record the license plate, vehicle description, and time, and report it to your supervisor. Call the police immediately for suspicious surveillance. Ignore it unless the person exits the vehicle. 45. Which of the following is not a recognized principle under the Criminal Code when determining if force was reasonable in self-defense or defense of property? The nature of the threat. The person's age and gender. Whether the person was acting in response to a threat. The availability of alternative actions. 46. A security guard is tasked with checking the identification of all visitors entering a government building. A visitor presents a foreign driver's license. The guard is uncertain if it is valid. The most appropriate action is: accept the ID and let the visitor in. Refuse entry and explain that only Canadian-issued photo ID is acceptable. Escort the visitor to a different entrance. Photocopy the ID and allow entry pending verification. 47. During a verbal de-escalation, the person you are speaking with suddenly starts crying. Your response should be: continue explaining the rules louder. Pause, offer a tissue, and say in a calm voice, "I can see this is upsetting. Let's take a moment." Call for backup immediately. Use a firmer tone to reassert authority. 48. A security guard finds an unattended backpack in the lobby of an office building during business hours. No one claims it after an announcement. The guard should: open the backpack to check for hazards. Evacuate the immediate area and contact the building's emergency response team. Move the backpack to the lost and found. Wait 30 minutes before taking action. 49. Under the sizer, which of the following is an unlawful act for a licensed security guard? Wearing a uniform that resembles a police officer's uniform. Using a two-way radio. Carrying a flashlight while on patrol. Asking a person for identification. 50. You are reviewing a CCTV recording after a reported theft. The recording shows a person concealing an item in their coat, but the person leaves the store without passing the cash registers. At what point could a citizen's arrest be considered? When the person concealed the item. When the person passed the last point of payment. When the person exits the store. Only after the person is outside the store. 51. A guard is asked to take on an extra shift at a site they are not familiar with. The guard has not received site-specific training. The guard should: accept the shift and figure it out on arrival. Decline the shift until proper orientation is provided. Accept but only perform patrols, not access control. Ask a colleague to email the site procedures. 52. During a routine patrol, you find a door that has been propped open with a rock. The door is a fire exit. The building is occupied. Your immediate action is to: remove the rock and close the door. Photograph the scene and report it. Check if anyone is hiding nearby. Leave the door propped for ventilation. 53. Which of the following elements must be present for a security guard to legally make a citizen's arrest under the Criminal Code? The offense must be indictable. The guard must have witnessed the offense being committed. The guard must be in uniform. The guard must first issue a verbal warning. 54. You are dealing with a person who is experiencing a mental health crisis and is not responding to verbal de-escalation. The person is not violent but is confused and disoriented. Your best action is: physically restrain them for their safety. Call emergency services, police or paramedics, and continue verbal support from a safe distance. Leave them alone until they calm down. Expel them from the property. 55. A guard is completing a daily activity log. Which of the following entries is most professionally written? Patrolled floor 1 to 5. Nothing unusual. Conducted patrol of floors 1 through 5 at 9 o'clock, 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. No irregularities observed. Did patrols. All good. Patrolled all floors. Saw nothing. 56. Under the sizer, a security guard's uniform must not include any item that could be mistaken for: a security company logo, a police badge or insignia, a reflective vest, a name tag. 57. You are the first responder to a medical emergency where a person has fallen from a ladder. The person is unconscious but breathing. There is no sign of spinal injury. Do you move the person? Yes, to get them into the recovery position. No, unless they are in immediate danger, e.g., fire, Flood. Yes, to check for a pulse. No, even if they're in danger. 58. A security guard is working at a school event. A parent becomes angry because their child was not allowed to bring a prohibited item into the gymnasium. The parent's voice is raised, and they step into the guard's personal space. The guard should step back to maintain personal space and use a calm, firm voice. Push the parent back to create distance. Call the police immediately. Shout at the parent to back off. 59. Which of the following is an example of appropriate force according to the use of force model? Using a firm grip to guide a cooperative person away from a hazard. Striking a person who is verbally abusive but not physically threatening. Handcuffing a person who has just been verbally warned. Using a baton to subdue a person who is running away. 60. After completing your shift, you realize you made a factual error in your incident report regarding the time of the occurrence. The error is minor and does not affect the outcome. What should you do? Leave the error, it's too late to change. Correct the error with a single line through the mistake, initial it, and date the correction. Rewrite the entire report. Delete the incorrect entry in the digital log. Section 9.3, Answer key for immediate feedback. Use this key to score yourself. Mark the questions you got wrong, then move to section 9.4 to understand why. Q#answer 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 Q#answer. Section 9.4, Detailed rationales, deeper dive into tricky distractors. This section is where real growth happens. For each question you missed, read the rationale. Don't just memorize the right answer, understand why the wrong ones are traps. Question 1. The person is climbing over a fence on posted property after hours. Under the Trespass to Property Act, a guard can issue a verbal trespass notice and direct the person to leave. Arrest is not appropriate here because the person is not committing an indictable offense, and you have no grounds for a citizen's arrest. Option C is correct. Options A and D assume arrest powers you don't have. Option B is overkill, police aren't needed for a simple trespass when the person is already leaving. Question 2. Your first priority is always life safety. A person asleep in a running car could be experiencing a medical emergency, carbon monoxide poisoning, overdose, etc. Checking responsiveness is step 1. Option B is correct. Waking them, A, could be startling and not address medical needs. Calling police immediately, C, delays life-saving assessment. Photographing, D, is irrelevant at this stage. Question 3. Employer requests for personal social media accounts are governed by privacy legislation, but for security guards, the CISA and PPEDA do not give the employer a right to demand access to private accounts. However, public-facing posts are not private. Option C is correct. Option A is false, compliance is not mandatory. Option B is partially true but too broad, PPEDA applies to commercial activity, not all workplaces. Option D is not supported by statute. Question 4. The person has just become physically aggressive, swinging arms and making contact. The use of force model says intervention must be proportional. But the nurse is unhurt and the person is still swinging. Verbal de-escalation, presence and verbal commands, is the first and most appropriate option, provided you can maintain distance. Option A is correct. Physical control, B, would be premature if verbal techniques might still work. Lethal force, C, is absurd. Passive resistance, D, is not a recognized level. Question 5. Under S for 94 of the Criminal Code, a security guard, as a property owner or person in lawful possession, can arrest without warrant a person they find committing an indictable offense. Option A is correct. Option B is wrong, no warrant needed. Option C is wrong, uniform is not a legal requirement. Option D is wrong, rights are read upon arrest, but not a precondition. Question 6. The least important detail in an incident report about a theft is subjective, but the color of the suspect's shoes, D, is usually less critical than height, clothing, time, or names. Options A, B, and C are all essential. Remember the 5Ws, shoes are rarely a primary identifier and less distinctive. Question 7, you cannot physically force someone to evacuate, that could be assault. The best practice is to document the refusal, name, unit, time, and continue your primary duty, evacuating others. Option B is correct. Option C is not your role, you'd report to fire crews later. Option D violates fire safety procedures. Question 8, the sizer allows a security guard to use reasonable force to remove a trespasser after a proper demand. Option A is correct. Detention, B, is not appropriate here, this is a trespass, not an indictable offense. Option D combines two different actions, only A is correct. Question 9, scene safety comes first. The machinery could shift and cause further injury. You must secure the area, then call 911. Option B is correct. Moving the machinery, A, without proper equipment could worsen the injury. Tourniquet, C, is premature without assessment. Witnesses, D, can wait. Question 10, the sizer code of conduct requires guards to report misconduct. Option B is correct. Ignoring, A, is unprofessional. Confronting, C, could escalate. Documenting, D, without reporting is not enough. Question 11, reasonable grounds are objective facts, not intuition. Option B is correct. Option A is reasonable suspicion, which is a lower standard. Option C is hearsay. Option D is unverified. Question 12, an incident report must be objective and include all relevant information, even contradictory. Option B is correct. Option A makes a judgment. Option C and D omit important details. Question 13, cutting a fence is mischief, damage to property, under the Criminal Code. Option D is correct. Trespassing, A, is not yet occurring. Possession of burglary tools, B, requires actual possession. Attempted theft, C, is speculative. Question 14, the principle of reasonable necessity states that force must be the least amount necessary. Option C is correct. Proportionality, A, is about matching force to threat. Benefit versus harm, B, is a risk assessment. Lawful authority, D, is about legal power. Question 15, on private property with posted conditions, the owner can set rules for entry. Refusing a search means refusal of entry. Option A is correct. The Charter, B, applies to government actions, not private businesses. Option C is partially correct but misleading. Charter rights can apply in some private contexts, but the correct professional response is to inform the guest of the consequence. Question 16, your primary role is to stop the escalation safely. Option B, verbal command and cautious approach, is appropriate. Physical control, A, is premature at 10 meters. Waiting, C, allows escalation. Reporting later, D, fails to intervene. Question 17, the statement uses subjective language, acting suspiciously, looked like he was going to steal. Objective facts are what you saw and heard, not opinions. Option B is correct. Question 18, the maximum fine for an individual acting without a license is $25,000, option C. Corporations face higher fines. Option A is too low, option D is for corporations. Question 19, your role is to support police with information and secure the scene for witnesses. Option B is correct. Chasing, A, is dangerous and not your duty. Locking doors, C, could hamper police. Writing report, D, can wait. Question 20, you must refuse tasks outside your license scope. Option B is correct. Compliance, A, could lead to license revocation. Option C and D are unethical. Question 21, active listening involves reflecting back what you heard. Option B is correct. Nodding, A, is passive. Speaking louder, C escalates. I contact D alone is not active listening. Question 22. Gas smells require immediate evacuation and fire department call. Option B is correct. Entering A is dangerous. Ventilating C could cause ignition. Calling gas company D is slower. Question 23. The sizer requires guards to maintain a daily log of occurrences and patrols. Option B is correct. A diary A is personal. A list of police contacts C is too narrow. Waivers D are not required to be kept. Question 24. Verbal de-escalation through the door is the first step. Option C is correct. Breaking down A is excessive. Calling police B might be necessary later, but try communication first. Waiting silently D does nothing. Question 25. Reports should be written in real time. Backdating is a record-keeping violation. Option B is correct. Question 26. Directing people to a clear exit via radio coordinates team response. Option B is correct. Shouting A could cause panic. Staying at main exit C ignores the better option. Evacuating yourself first D is abandoning duty. Question 27. It's normal and professional to discuss your testimony with a supervisor to ensure accuracy. Option A is correct. Options B and C may suggest hiding something. Option D is evasive. Question 28. The behavior is suspicious but not yet criminal. Approaching and offering assistance is a professional, de-escalation approach that also gathers information. Option B is correct. Detention A is not justified. Calling police C is premature. Following D could be seen as harassment. Question 29. Private places require express or implied permission to enter. Public places are generally open and less prohibited. Option D is correct. Locked doors A are not definitive. Signs B are one method. Indoor, outdoor C is wrong. Question 30. Under the Liquor License Act, you must not serve or allow entry to intoxicated persons. Removing them for safety is appropriate. Option B is correct. Letting them stay A violates law. Offering water C doesn't address intoxication. Calling ambulance D is for medical distress, not mere intoxication. Question 31. You can issue a verbal warning and report to the site supervisor, who has authority over workers. Option A is correct. Physical force B is assault. Fining C is not your role. Doing nothing D abdicates duty. Question 32. Destroying or altering a report is unethical and potentially illegal. You must refuse and document the request. Option B is correct. Question 33. Ontario law requires that your security guard license be worn on your outer clothing, visible at all times when on duty. Option A is correct. Question 34. You must firmly explain the danger and guide them to the stairs. Option B is correct. Allowing elevator use A is unsafe. Calling fire department C is unnecessary. Using elevator yourself D is also unsafe. Question 35. Signs of physical injury suggest domestic violence. You must contact police and stay with the woman to ensure her safety. Option B is correct. Accepting her answer A could leave her in danger. Entering C is beyond your authority. Documenting only D fails to protect. Question 36. Assault causing bodily harm involves injury that interferes with health or comfort. Option B is correct. Physical contact A is part of assault. Both can be either indictable or summary C. Weapon D is not required. Question 37. Locking the door and noting the pattern is immediate action. Reporting to supervisor addresses the root cause. Option D is correct. Question 38. If the patient is not breathing, CPR and 911 are immediate. Option A is correct. Waiting, B, wastes time. Asking for permission, C, delays. Moving, D, could harm. Question 39. Media inquiries should be referred to the company's public relations or communications department. Option B is correct. Question 40. Excessive force can lead to both license revocation, administrative, and criminal charges, assault. Option D is correct. Question 41. Objective description uses specific actions without interpretation. Option B is correct. Option A uses stole, which is a legal conclusion. Options C and D include subjective judgments. Question 42. Safety first, call for backup, then investigate cautiously. Option B is correct. Immediate entry, A, is risky alone. Turning off lights, C, is counterproductive. Ignoring, D, is negligent. Question 43. The law says you must deliver the person to police without unreasonable delay. That means a reasonable amount of time, not a fixed number. Option C is correct. Question 44. Repeated surveillance behavior should be documented and reported to your supervisor for further action. Option B is correct. Approaching, A, could tip off a potential suspect. Calling police, C, is premature without evidence of crime. Ignoring, D, is negligent. Question 45. Age and gender are not recognized principles for determining reasonableness of force under the criminal code. The factors are nature of threat, whether the person acted in response, and availability of alternatives. Option B is correct. Question 46. For security purposes, most government buildings require Canadian-issued photo ID. Refusing entry with explanation is appropriate. Option B is correct. Accepting foreign ID, A, may violate policy. Escorting to another entrance, C, doesn't solve the ID issue. Photocopying, D, still allows entry. Question 47. When emotions escalate to tears, pausing and acknowledging the distress de-escalates. Option B is correct. Continuing louder, A, escalates. Calling backup, C, is unnecessary. Firmer tone, D, may worsen. Question 48. Unattended bags in a public building are potential threats. Evacuate immediate area and call emergency response. Option B is correct. Opening, A, is dangerous. Moving, C, could detonate a device. Waiting, D, is unsafe. Question 49. The SISA prohibits uniforms that resemble police, e.g., similar badges, colors, patches. Option A is correct. Two-way radios, B, flashlights, C, and asking for ID, D, are all lawful. Question 50. A citizen's arrest for theft can be made when the person has passed the last point of payment, indicating intent to steal. Option B is correct. Concealment, A, alone is not enough, they could still pay. Exiting, C, is too late, you've let them leave the store. Outside, D, is the same. Question 51. Accepting a shift without site-specific training is unsafe and may violate your duty of care. Declining until proper orientation is provided is the professional choice. Option B is correct. Question 52. Propped fire doors are a fire safety hazard. Remove the obstruction immediately. Option A is correct. Photographing, B, can wait. Checking for people, C, is secondary. Leaving it, D, is unsafe. Question 53. To make a citizen's arrest, you must have witnessed the offense being committed. Option B is correct. The offense can be a hybrid, not only indictable, under certain conditions, A. Uniform, C, and verbal warning, D, are not required. Question 54. For a person in mental health crisis who is not violent, call emergency services and provide verbal support from a distance. Option B is correct. Physical restraint, A, could escalate. Leaving, C, abandons the person. Expelling, D, is inappropriate. Question 55. Professional logs use specific times, locations, and clear statements. Option B is correct. Options A, C, and D are vague or unprofessional. Question 56. The Sizer forbids any uniform item that could be mistaken for police insignia. Option B is correct. Question 57. Do not move an unconscious person with possible injuries unless they are in immediate danger, e.g., fire. Option B is correct. Question 58. Stepping back maintains personal space and avoids escalation. Option A is correct. Pushing, B, is excessive. Calling police, C, is premature. Shouting, D, escalates. Question 59. Appropriate force is the minimum necessary. A firm grip to guide a cooperative person is reasonable. Option A is correct. Striking a non-threatening person, B, is excessive. Handcuffing after a verbal warning, C, is not proportionate. Using a baton on a fleeing person, D, is usually disproportionate. Question 60. Minor errors in reports should be corrected by striking through, not erasing, initialing, and dating the correction. Option B is correct. Leaving it, A, is unprofessional. Rewriting, C, is unnecessary. Deleting, D, is improper. Section 9.5, Final Progress Check. Are you exam ready? You've now completed 2 full-length practice exams. That's 120 questions that mirror the ministry exam. If you scored 80% or higher on Test B, you're in a strong position. If you scored between 70% and 79%, review the rationales for the questions you missed and focus on those areas. If you scored below 70%, don't panic, you've identified your weak spots, which is exactly what practice exams are for. Take this 3-step final check before your exam day. Identify your pattern. Look at the questions you got wrong. Are they mostly from one topic, e.g., use of force, trespass to property, report writing? That tells you where to spend your last study hours. Simulate the real environment one more time. If you haven't already, take another 60-question set. You can create your own from earlier chapters or use online resources under timed conditions. Do it in a quiet room with no breaks. Build that mental endurance. Review your exam day checklist. Turn to Chapter 7 and go through the list of what to bring, what to do the night before, and how to manage your time in the test center. Then sleep well, eat a good breakfast, and walk in with confidence. You have the knowledge. You have the practice. Now trust the process. Figure Mind Map. A detailed mind map for Chapter 9, Practice Exam 2, Advanced Scenario Challenge. The central node reads Practice Exam 2, Advanced Scenario Challenge. From it, 5 main branches radiate: 9.1 Exam Instructions and Time Strategy, 9.2 60 Multiple Choice Questions, Test B, 9.3 Answer Key, 9.4 Detailed Rationales, and 9.5 Final Progress Check. The first branch subdivides into Setup, 75 minutes, 60 Q, Method, Skim, Flag, Easy First, Pace, Check every 15 Q, Mindset, No Distractions, Learn from Mistakes. The second branch shows a list of question topics: Trespass to property, Medical priority, Sizer privacy, Use of force model, Citizen's arrest, Report writing objectivity, Fire evacuation, De-Escalation, Mischief, Liquor License Act, Misconduct reporting, Reasonable grounds, Criminal code distinctions, Scene safety, Uniform regulations, Mental health crisis, Professional logs. The third branch is a simple list of answers AD for 60 questions. The fourth branch shows icons for tricky distractors explained and learning from mistakes. The fifth branch subdivides into Score interpretation, 80% plus strong, 70 to 79% review, less than 70% focus, identify pattern, simulate real environment, review exam day checklist. The mind map uses a clean, professional style with color-coded branches, blue for instructions, green for questions, orange for key, red for rationales, purple for final check. The layout is balanced, with the central node large and bold. The background is light, and all text is in a readable sans serif font. The overall design is clean, academic, and focused on learning progression. Chapter 10, Beyond the Exam, Launching Your Security Career. Sections. Section 10.1, How to apply for jobs that match your new credentials. Section 10.2, Crafting a security-focused resume and cover letter. Section 10.3, Acing the interview, questions you'll actually face. Section 10.4, Your first week on site, mistakes to avoid. Section 10.5, Continuing education and career growth pathways. The exam is behind you. You have your license number, your uniform is pressed, and you're ready to step into the field. But passing the test was only the first milestone. Now comes the real challenge, translating that credential into a job that pays the bills, builds your confidence, and opens doors you didn't even know existed. I've watched too many newly licensed guards stall at this exact point. They freeze, not because they lack the knowledge, but because they don't know how to market themselves. This chapter is your launch pad. We'll walk through every step, from targeting the right job postings to acing interviews to thriving in your first week. By the end, you'll have a clear, repeatable system for building a security career, not just a security job. Section 10.1, How to apply for jobs that match your new credentials. You've got your license. You've got your training completion number. Now where do you point all that energy? The security industry in Ontario is massive: hospital security, retail loss prevention, corporate concierge, mobile patrol, casino security, event security, and more. Not every role is right for everyone, and knowing the landscape saves you weeks of wasted applications. Start by narrowing your search. Ask yourself, what kind of environment do you want to work in? Do you prefer standing at a front desk interacting with the public, or driving a patrol vehicle through industrial lots? Do you want fast-paced retail where every shift is unpredictable, or the steady rhythm of a gated community? Answering these questions first helps you filter job boards like Indeed, Workopolis, and the ministry's own job portal. When you find a posting that fits, tailor your application. Use your license number prominently, it's your passport. Employers look for valid Ontario Security Guard license before they read anything else. Also mention your TCN if you're still awaiting your physical card. And check for red flags. If an ad asks you to pay for training or promises unreasonably high pay, walk away. Reputable companies don't charge you to work. Where to look: industry-specific job boards, securityjobs.ca, Canadian Security Magazine Careers, company career pages, Garda World, Securitas, Paladin Security, Allied Universal, Commissionaires, general sites with security filter, Indeed, Monster, LinkedIn, networking. Join the Ontario Security Guard Facebook group, attend local security expos. Author's note: I've seen guards land their first position by simply showing up at a security company's branch office with a printed resume and license. It still works because it shows initiative. Don't be afraid to be old school. Section 10.2, Crafting a security-focused resume and cover letter. Your resume is your first impression on paper. Most hiring managers spend less than 10 seconds scanning it. You need to make every section count, and that means ditching the generic, responsible, hardworking clichés. Instead, lead with your license, your training, and any relevant experience, even if it's from a completely different industry. Building your security resume. Section: What to include. Cover letter rule of thumb: keep it to 3 paragraphs. First paragraph: state the job and your license validity. Second paragraph: match your skills to the job description, e.g., your posting mentions concierge security. I have 6 months of front desk customer service experience and completed the ministry's communication module. Third paragraph: request an interview and thank them. Real-world tip: if you've never worked security before, use your previous job as proof of transferable skills. A retail cashier who handled cash thefts and upset customers has more security experience than they think. Section 10.3, Acing the interview, questions you'll actually face. You've submitted your application. The phone rings. It's a hiring manager asking you to come in for an interview. Congratulations, but the real work begins now. Security interviews are different from standard job interviews. They test your judgment, not just your resume. Common questions you'll hear, and how to answer them. Why do you want to work in security? Don't say "I need a job." Say something like, "I enjoy roles where I can help people while maintaining safety. I'm drawn to the responsibility and the chance to prevent problems before they escalate. Tell me about a time you handled a difficult person." Use the STAR method: situation, task, action, result. For example, at my previous job in retail, a customer became aggressive about a return. I stayed calm, listened without interrupting, and offered a solution within policy. The customer left satisfied, and no police were called. What would you do if you witnessed a coworker stealing? This tests ethics. Answer: I would document what I saw and report it to my supervisor immediately. I wouldn't confront the coworker directly, as that's outside my authority. You're alone on night shift and hear glass break. What's your first step? They want to hear, "I would not rush toward the sound. I would call my supervisor and/or police, stay in a safe location, and observe from a distance while following site post orders." Physical presence matters. Dress in a pressed shirt, dress pants, and polished shoes, even if the job is for a casual uniform. Sit upright, maintain eye contact, and speak clearly. Security is a profession of authority. You must look and sound the part from the first handshake. Insider tip: many interviews will give you a scenario and ask you to role-play for 2 minutes. Practice your calm voice now. Speak slower than you think you need to. Section 10.4, Your first week on site, mistakes to avoid. You got the job. You're standing in the lobby of a high-rise office tower or walking the perimeter of a warehouse. The first week is a honeymoon period, but also the easiest time to make a rookie mistake that gets you reprimanded. Let's sidestep the most common pitfalls. Mistake number 1, not reading the post orders. Every site has a binder full of procedures: where to sign in, who to call in an emergency, what to do about lost keys. Read it cover to cover on day 1. Ask your supervisor to clarify anything confusing. Never assume you know the rules. Mistake number 2, overstepping your authority. You passed the exam, so you know the CISA says you cannot use excessive force or detain someone without cause. On site, new guards sometimes try to prove themselves by being too aggressive. Always stay within your legal boundaries. When in doubt, call your supervisor. Mistake number 3, ignoring the chain of command. If you have a complaint or an idea, go to your immediate supervisor first. Don't call the client's head office or post on social media. That's a fast way to get terminated. Mistake number 4, poor uniform and grooming. Your uniform is your badge of professionalism. Keep it clean, pressed, and complete, including appropriate footwear. Tuck in your shirt. Remove visible tattoos or piercings if they violate policy. You represent the company 24/7. What to do instead: show up 15 minutes early every shift, not late, not right on time, introduce yourself to the client and fellow guards, carry a small notebook to write down instructions, ask for a site tour and identify all emergency exits, fire extinguishers, and first aid kits. From the field, I once had a new guard who spent his first shift on his phone. He was let go before lunch. Be present, be visible, and be curious. The best guards are the ones who walk the property, not the ones who sit in the booth. Section 10.5, Continuing Education and Career Growth Pathways. Security is not a dead-end job. It's a starting point. In Ontario, the industry offers clear ladders if you know where to step. Many guards move into supervisory roles, corporate security management, or even private investigation within a few years. The key is to keep learning and keep networking. Short-term growth, 0 to 2 years. Obtain your emergency first aid and CPR certification. Many employers require it. Complete the use of force training, offered by private providers. Volunteer for overtime shifts to build experience. Ask to shadow a supervisor during a critical incident. Medium-term growth, 2 to 5 years. Apply for a site supervisor or shift lead position. Pursue the Certified Security Professional, CSP, designation through Acing International. Take courses in report writing, CCTV operation, or access control. Consider transitioning to in-house security for a large corporation. Better pay, benefits, schedule. Long-term career paths. Private investigator requires additional licensing from the ministry. Your security background gives a huge head start. Corporate security manager often requires a diploma or degree in security management, plus several years of supervisory experience. Law enforcement. Many police officers start as security guards. Your experience with the criminal code and CISA is directly relevant. Safety and loss prevention. Roles in retail or logistics that focus on theft. Prevention and safety audits. Where to access training. Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, OACP, for security-related workshops. Acing International Canadian chapters for networking and certifications. Local colleges, e.g., Seneca, Humber, for part-time security management certificates. Author's final reflection. I wrote this book because I believe that a security license is just a piece of plastic. What you do with it, the career you build, the people you protect, the reputation you earn, is what truly matters. The exam is the front door. Now walk through it, and keep walking. Figure mind map, a detailed mind map prompt for AI generation. The mind map is titled Beyond the Exam, Launching Your Security Career with Central Node. Radiating from it, 6 main branches. 1. Apply for jobs with sub-branches, job boards, networking, avoid scams, tailor applications. 2. Resume and cover letter with sub-branches, license highlighted, transferable skills, action verbs, 3-paragraph cover. 3. Interview success with sub-branches, common questions, STAR method, role-play, dress and demeanor. For a first week tips with sub-branches, read post orders, don't overstep, chain of command, uniform standards. 5. Career growth with sub-branches, short-term, first aid, use of force, medium-term, supervisor, CSP, long-term, PI, manager, law enforcement. 6. Stay professional with sub-branches, continuous learning, networking, attitude. Use a clean, professional style with blue and gray color scheme, landscape orientation, high contrast text, no clutter. Include icons for each branch, e.g., briefcase for jobs, clipboard for resume, microphone for interview, calendar for first week, arrow for growth, star for professionalism. Layout should be balanced with clear hierarchy. Visual style, modern, flat design, suitable for study aid print. Chapter 11, Conclusion, Your License, Your Future. Sections. Section 11.1, Quick Reference Checklist, From Study to Licensed Guard. Section 11.2, Final Encouragement from a Fellow Professional. Section 11.3, What to do if you don't pass, and how to bounce back. Section 11.4, Staying Current, Resources for Ongoing Learning. Section 11.5, A Final Word on Integrity, Service, and Pride in the Job. You've walked through every chapter of this guide, absorbing the CISA, studying use of force, practicing your report writing, drilling emergency scenarios, and testing yourself with 2 full-length exams. You've learned how to manage exam day nerves and how to market yourself for your first security job. Now we arrive at the final step, turning all that knowledge into action. This chapter isn't about new material. It's about connecting the dots. It's about giving you a clear roadmap for the days and weeks ahead, what to do immediately after finishing this book, how to stay motivated, and what it truly means to carry a security license in Ontario. You didn't come this far to stop now. Let's finish strong. Section 11.1 Quick Reference Checklist From Study to Licensed Guard. Before you close this book, take a moment to check off each milestone you've already completed. Then use the remaining steps as your personal action plan. Step status. Keep this checklist visible. Each tick moves you one step closer to wearing that badge. You don't need to do everything at once, just take the next logical action. Section 11.2 Final Encouragement from a Fellow Professional. I remember the day I walked out of the drive test center after passing my exam. It was a grey Tuesday afternoon, and I sat in my car for 5 minutes, just holding the printout. That piece of paper represented more than a test score. It was permission to step into a role where people would look to me for safety, for answers, for calming chaos. You're about to experience that same moment. And when it comes, let yourself feel proud. You didn't just memorize facts, you built a foundation of knowledge that will serve you in every shift, every incident, every interaction. The Ontario security industry is full of opportunities, from retail loss prevention to corporate concierge to event security. Your license unlocks all of them. But here's what I want you to remember: the exam is the beginning, not the end. The real learning starts the first time you sign a logbook, the first time you de-escalate a tense situation, the first time a supervisor trusts you with a critical post. You have the tools. Now trust yourself to use them. Section 11.3 What to do if you don't pass, and how to bounce back. Let's be honest, not everyone passes on the first try. The ministry exam has a pass rate around 75%, which means roughly 1 in 4 candidates needs a second attempt. If you fall into that group, you are not a failure. You are simply someone who needs a little more time to refine their edge. First, take a breath. You can retake the exam after a 24-hour waiting period, and you don't need to redo the training course. Use the interval wisely. Review the detailed rationales in chapters 8 and 9, don't just memorize correct answers, understand why the distractors were wrong. Focus on scenario-based questions, especially those involving the use of force model and the Trespass to Property Act. Second, change your study approach. If you crammed, try spaced repetition. If you skimmed the legal sections, read them out loud. If you neglected the practice exams, take both again under timed conditions. The ministry test is consistent, the same themes appear in different packages. Once you spot the pattern, the questions become predictable. Third, remember that many successful guards failed their first attempt. I've worked with guards who needed 3 tries, and today they train new recruits. A setback doesn't define your future. What defines you is what you do next. Section 11.4 Staying Current, Resources for Ongoing Learning. Your security license is valid for 2 years, but the law doesn't stay frozen. The CISA is amended, the use of force model evolves, and new technology changes how you document incidents. Staying current isn't optional, it's a professional obligation. Bookmark the Ministry of the Solicitor General's website for official updates. Subscribe to newsletters from industry bodies like the Canadian Security Association, CANASA, or the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police. Follow reputable security blogs and podcasts that discuss real-world case studies. They often highlight legal grey areas you wouldn't encounter in basic training. Also, consider pursuing additional certifications. First aid and CPR are great for entry-level roles, but advanced courses like Nonviolent Crisis Intervention, NVCI, or Workplace Hazardous Materials Information System, WHMIS, set you apart. Every course you take strengthens your resume and your competence. Finally, connect with other guards. Join online forums, local meetups, or LinkedIn groups. The security community in Ontario is small and supportive. Sharing stories, both successes and mistakes, makes everyone better. Section 11.5 A final word on integrity, service, and pride in the job. You carry a badge that says security guard, but the title doesn't define you, your actions do. Every shift is an opportunity to demonstrate integrity. It means following procedure even when no one is watching. It means treating every person, the trespasser, the lost tourist, the upset employee, with dignity. It means knowing when to enforce a rule and when to use discretion. Service is the heart of this profession. You are not a security guard because you want to catch people doing wrong. You are a security guard because you want to protect what's right, the safety of a mall, the privacy of a data center, the peace of mind of residents in a condominium. That service ethic will carry you further than any policy manual. And pride? Wear it openly. Not arrogance, pride. Pride in mastering a challenging exam. Pride in showing up on time, in crisp uniform, ready to handle whatever comes. Pride in being the person others rely on when things go sideways. This book was written to get you licensed. But the real journey, the one that turns a license into a career, and a career into a calling, begins now. You have everything you need. Go earn that badge. Figure mind map, create a mind map for Chapter 11, Conclusion, your license, your future. Center node, security guard license, your future. First main branch, quick reference checklist with subnodes, TCN, background check, exam booking, practice exams, ministry exam, license application, card received, job search. Second main branch, final encouragement with subnodes, personal story, pride in passing, real learning begins, trust yourself. Third main branch, if you don't pass with subnodes, not a failure, retake rules, study rationales, change approach, success stories. Fourth main branch, staying current with subnodes, ministry updates, industry bodies, podcasts and blogs, advanced certifications, community. Fifth main branch, integrity, service, pride with subnodes, integrity in actions, service ethic, professional pride, career as calling. Use light background, high contrast, landscape orientation. Design with a clean, professional layout. Central icon, a shield with a keyhole. Branch colors, dark blue for main branches, lighter blue for subnodes. Include small icons beside each subnode, e.g., checkbox for checklist, heart for encouragement, arrow for bounce back, book for learning, star for integrity. No cluttered text, keep labels short and readable. Chapter 12, Appendices, Tools and Quick References. Sections. Appendix A, Sizer and Criminal Code Quick Reference Cards. Appendix B, Use of Force Model Diagrams, Visual Guide. Appendix C, Report Writing Templates, Printable. Appendix D, Glossary of Key Terms and Definitions. Appendix E, Ministry Contact Information and Exam Booking Links. You've mastered the Sizer, drilled emergency scenarios, and proven yourself on 2 full-length practice exams. Now comes the part you'll actually carry into the field, the tools. This chapter isn't about theory, it's about what you'll reach for when you're writing a report at 2 a.m., when a supervisor questions your legal authority, or when a colleague forgets the steps for a private citizen's arrest. Consider these appendices your tactical toolbox. Print them out, fold them into your notebook, or keep them on your phone's notes app. Each one is designed to be used, not just read. Let's build your quick reference arsenal. Appendix A, Sizer and Criminal Code Quick Reference Cards. Section 9, Prohibited Conduct under the Sizer. Use this card when you need to remind yourself, or a co-worker, what behaviors can cost you your license. These are the don'ts the registrar takes seriously. Prohibited act example consequence. Quick rule, if it feels like you're crossing a line, you probably are. When in doubt, document and escalate, never act outside your scope. Section 94, Citizens Arrest, Criminal Code. You will face scenario questions on this section. Memorize the 3 conditions. You may arrest a person you find committing a criminal offense. You may arrest a person on reasonable grounds who has committed a criminal offense and is escaping from someone who has lawful authority to arrest them. You must deliver them to a peace officer as soon as practicable. Common mistake: you cannot arrest someone based solely on suspicion of a past crime, e.g., a theft that happened an hour ago. The arrest must be fresh, happening at the time or immediately after the offense. Section 25, Use of Force, Criminal Code. This section protects you if your force was reasonable in the circumstances. Key factors courts consider: the nature of the threat, weapon, size, aggression. Whether you gave a verbal warning first. Whether the force escalated proportionally. Your training and certification level. Pro tip: always ask yourself, would a reasonable person, with my training, have done the same thing? If yes, you're likely protected. Trespass to Property Act, quick checklist. Step action. Figure: with light background and high contrast, create a landscape-oriented diagram titled Ontario Use of Force Model, Decision Cycle. The center is a circular arrow pointing clockwise. Around it, 5 labeled nodes: subject behavior, top left, perception, top right, tactical considerations, bottom right, options, bottom left, actions, center of the cycle but linked outward. Outside the circle, a vertical scale from low to high with icons: person speaking, verbal, hand, empty hand, baton, intermediate, gun, deadly. Use muted blue and orange tones. Style: clean corporate training graphic. Lighting: soft ambient composition, balanced, text no smaller than 10 points. Appendix B, Use of Force Model Diagrams, Visual Guide. The Ontario Use of Force Model is not a checklist, it's a framework. It helps you assess, decide, and act in a split second. The circle below represents the continuous decision-making loop. Each element affects the others. The model's 5 elements. Subject's behavior: what is the person doing? Cooperative, resistant, assaultive, life-threatening. Your perception: what do you see, hear, and feel? Be aware of bias and adrenaline. Your tactical considerations: environment, backup, weapons, distance, cover. Your options: verbal commands, empty hand techniques, physical restraints, intermediate weapons, e.g., baton, OC spray. Your actions: what you actually do, always proportional to the subject's behavior. The force ladder, from lowest to highest. Verbal direction, presence. Soft empty hand control, e.g., guiding an arm. Hard empty hand control, e.g., strikes. Intermediate weapons, baton, OC spray. Deadly force, only when life is at risk. Critical rule: you may jump levels if the subject escalates suddenly. You must also de-escalate as the subject becomes compliant. The model is a cycle, not a staircase you climb one way. Figure: with light background and high contrast, create a landscape-oriented diagram titled Ontario Use of Force Model, Decision Cycle. The center is a circular arrow pointing clockwise. Around it, 5 labeled nodes: subject behavior, top left, perception, top right, tactical considerations, bottom right, options, bottom left, actions, center of the cycle but linked outward. Outside the circle, a vertical scale from low to high with icons: person speaking, verbal, hand, empty hand, baton, intermediate, gun, deadly. Use muted blue and orange tones. Style: clean corporate training graphic. Lighting: soft ambient composition, balanced, text no smaller than 10 points. Appendix C, report writing templates, printable. A good report saves your job. A bad report loses it. Use these templates to ensure you never miss a critical detail. Template 1, Incident Report, Standard. Ontario Security Incident Report. Date _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Report number __________________________________________________________________________________________________________ guard name, underscore 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 license hash, underscore 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 underscore. Section 1, Location. Address. Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Specific area, e.g., north entrance, third floor underscore 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 underscore. Section 2, the 5 Ws. Who? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Subject name, description, age, height, build, clothing. What? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Brief description of incident, theft, disturbance, medical. When? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Date and time of incident, not time of report. Where? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Exact location with reference points. Why? Underscore 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 underscore. Underscore 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 underscore. Cause or trigger, e.g., subject refused to leave after store closure. Section 3, Detailed narrative. Start at the beginning. Write in chronological order. Use full sentences. Avoid opinions, only facts. I observed the subject place a chocolate bar in his jacket pocket. Not, I think the subject stole something. Section 4, Actions taken. Verbal warning, escorted off property, called police. First aid administered, use of force, complete Section 5. Other, underscore 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 underscore. Section 5. Use of force, if applicable. Type of force used, underscore 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 underscore. Reason force was necessary, underscore 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 underscore. Witnesses. Underscore 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 underscore. Section 6. Signatures. Reporting guard, underscore 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 date, underscore 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 underscore. Supervisor review, underscore 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 date, underscore 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 underscore. Template 2. Daily activity log, shift summary. Daily activity log. Date, underscore 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 shift, underscore 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 underscore. Guard, underscore 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 location, underscore 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 underscore. Time activity notes. 7 o'clock patrol, parking lot all clear. 7:30 escort, employee to vehicle no issues. 8:15 incident, verbal argument at front desk resolved, no police needed. Comments, underscore 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 underscore. Pro tip: keep a blank copy of Template 1 in your pocket at all times. Fill it out within 30 minutes of any incident while details are fresh. Your future self, and your supervisor, will thank you. Appendix D, Glossary of Key Terms and Definitions. Term definition, plain English. Appendix E, Ministry Contact Information and Exam Booking Links. Ministry of the Solicitor General, Private Security and Investigative Services Branch. Mailing address, 25, Grosvenor Street, 11th floor, Toronto, Ontario M7A2H3. Phone, General Inquiries for 16-212-1659, toll free, 1-866-767-7681. Email, size@ontario.ca. Website, www.ontario.ca/page/private-security. Exam booking, drive test centers. To schedule your licensing exam, visit the official drive test website. Online booking, www.drivetest.ca. Select book a road test or knowledge test. Choose security guard exam. Phone booking, 1-888-570-5010, toll free. What do you need to book? Your training completion number, TCN. Valid government-issued photo ID. A credit or debit card for payment, exam fee, approximately $60 to $70, subject to change. After passing the exam. Once you pass, the ministry will receive your results electronically. You do not need to submit anything. Within a few business days, you will receive an email or letter with instructions to activate your e-license and order your physical license card. Still stuck? The ministry also offers a web chat option on their PSIS page. Use it if you have specific questions about your application status or license renewal. Chapter 12 Mind Map. Mind Map infographic summarizing the tools and quick reference resources provided in the appendices of Chapter 12. Appendix A, red sizer and criminal code cards. Prohibited conduct examples: assault, simple, aggravated, theft, under, over, trespass, unlawful entry, refusal to leave, citizen's arrest, 3 conditions: fine, committing indictable offense, fresh pursuit for indictable offense, reasonably believe indictable offense committed, use of force, CC Sector 25, reasonableness justification for force, proportional response to threat, only as much force as necessary, trespass to property, for step checklist 1. Request person leaves, 2. Warn not to return, entry refused, 3. Monitor person leaves, document refusal, 4. Consider citizen's arrest as last resort. Appendix B, orange, use of force. Model 5 elements: subject behavior, perception, practical considerations, options, actions, force ladder, 5 levels: verbal communication, empty hand control, soft, hard, intermediate weapons, e.g., baton, OC spray, deadly force, cycle versus staircase, dynamic assessment, not linear, continual loop versus fixed sequence, proportional response. Appendix C, blue report writing templates: incident report, 5Ws plus narrative, who, what, where, when, and how in a clear narrative, daily activity log, chronological record using a time and activity table. Pro tips: complete reports within 30 minutes, maintain objectivity and clarity, keep a pocket copy. Appendix D, green glossary of key terms: legal, sizer, citizen's arrest, reasonable grounds, and definitions, operational, sector, patrol, emergency response plan, ERP. Reporting, incident report, use of force report, for mandatory documentation. Appendix E, purple ministry. Contacts and booking: contacts, ministry address, phone, and email information. Exam booking, drive test online and phone booking options. Post-exam steps, procedures for receiving an e-license and a physical card.